Okay, well, hello everybody, good morning. I think we can start, it's almost 9:30. Welcome everybody once again. We are starting second day of 10th Unintended Consequences workshop. First panel today, panel number 6, Change of Inequality, consists of 3 speakers. The first speaker is Knud Thomsen for Scherrer Institut with a presentation called "In Changing Circumstances, Only Dynamic Equilibria Can Make Sense." Okay, Knud, the stage is yours. You have, okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes, yes.
And I can try to share the screen.
Yes.
Share. You see it?
Great, great. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. And so let me please start by saying thank you for being admitted to this conference, to this workshop, because as you will quickly see, my contribution is not really like yours. It's a little bit, say, more general. And I think I hope I can convince you that it still makes sense and it might shed some light on the background, on the whole frame, that is how we speak of intended or expected or unintended consequences and stuff like this. So I will give a quick outlook of the Ouroboros model. That's what this cognitive architecture is called. I will talk a little bit about discrepancies, inequalities, and I will also say something about how we get new schemata and how this gives a little bit hope in ethics and in a negative imperative on fairness and on avoiding to be harm, which maybe gives some current connection then to also corona crisis. And as we all know, no fixed rules, and we see that nowadays very carefully and very good. No fixed rule adapts. We have to have adapting schemata and criteria to really meet the requirements. So let me start by saying what the Ouroboros model is. Basically, the main thing is that it's a dynamic structure, it's a process model, it's not something static, and you can see it as an extension of the perceptual cycle from NASA in 1976, where he had perception and exploration before and schemata before, or the other way around. It's all in a circle. And what I say here is whatever you do, you have an anticipation and expectation what will be next, whatever you do, and you have, this is the core of the model, some evaluation, dynamic monitoring stage, which tells you what to do next. So this actually is not restricted to single brains. Also, it started out as a theory of brain modeling. It's also applying to artificial intelligence, and just the same as to societies and states, if you want. So the main thing is all that we know is stored in fixed, not really fixed hierarchy of schemata, and we do in a major step a monitoring between what comes in at a certain stage and what we expect from the pre-existing schema or schemata, and applying or referring to what we heard of yesterday of the gut feeling. One upshot of the Ouroboros model is that some vague and general feedback from this monitoring loop is a measure of goodness of fit. And this is what I came to be the feeling components of emotion. So you don't need to go into the details. The point is it's a circular setup, but it's not really circular. You gotta imagine it as a spiral because you learn something from one loop to the next. And it's an active process. It unfolds over time. You can easily expand that, and you can see if something doesn't fit, you try to have a new schema, and if it doesn't fit either, you make a new memory, you make a reset, but all of this can be read, and it's not possible to explain this here in a 10 or 20-minute presentation. The real relevant thing is that we can discern three regimes. When you think of this loop, if everything fits more or less, then there's nothing special to do about it. But there's two special highlighted occasions. Something can fit extraordinarily well, better than expected, or it cannot fit at all. And this is occasions where you better store a new memory. That is, you want to have a repetition of the situation where everything fitted or extraordinarily, or if it didn't fit at all with your expectations, you want to make sure that next time you avoid the situation to come into this. And by repetition, you can also have something like grinding in of schemata. What fits more or less often will then be also laid down and say grinded in, and abstraction is just a special case of this grinding in of repetitions. Actually, you can say repetitions are also positive because if it repeats, it's at least stable and you can rely on it. And all of this is, say, auto-catalytically. You don't need a supervisor. The model steers itself and finds out by its own criteria if something is worthwhile to be remembered or not. And this then is the basis for the next iterations and for the next steps to do. Important point, this is similar at all levels of abstraction. It goes from simple reflexes up to the most intricate considerations. The basic process is the same, irrespective of what the content of the involved schemata is. So in terms of cognitive science, we can say this is attentive or attentive, because there we really think of it, we get our attention directed to it and we store it. This would be pre-attentive, and repeating myself, autocategorically means that it's not under the control of the initial designer. The initial designer maybe made up the loop, but then it's out of hand and the system decides itself how it will, where it will develop. So consumption analysis highlights slots. In this monitoring loop, you have attention steered to the points where there's a deviation between your expectations stemming from the old schema and the incoming current data. And this schema that you kind of excite vaguely as a start gives you also a measure of importance or relevance. And all of this, of course, is only inside the accessible frame. If you don't know of something, it cannot really catch your attention, to say it very simply. So problem solving then would be some type of pattern matching combined with constraint satisfaction. And if you do it properly, you can see that production systems are a special case of this whole schema and process. And if you assign proper weights, this can be seen as a special version of Bayesian operation. So very simple observation. When you fill in something like new observations into an old structure, like old schemata, the obvious thing to do is check how well it fits. And this feedback then allows you to set the optimal stage for the next actions. And this general measure, say in this picture how much you spill, or if you spill at all, is some measure as a goodness of fit. It tells you how well you're doing, and in our life, we would call it the feeling component of an emotion, other components then being really depending on the content, what we worry about or what we are angry about. But the general basis feeling would be this goodness of fit. So knowledge is stored in schemata, and they make up the basis and the foundation of what we can even think. And adequacy, that is how well they cover the potential inputs. Coherence, how they are covering with holes or not. And consistency are the crucial things to determine the sheer performance of cognition. And actually it also applies to action, because think of a athlete, if he has no coherent body schema, he cannot perform nothing. So more to the point of the workshop, schemata fix their scopes of application, and they also tell you what normal is. So a schema tells you what to expect in a certain situation. The schemata are to some extent inherited, to some extent, of course, they reflect what you have encountered before. So it really depends on your history, whether you're an expert in one field or the other. And with this schemata, you try then to explain and understand the world around you. And of course, this can result in strong biases or blind spots. This is more or less just inevitable. So if you think that the Euroboros model gives a good model of how cognition could work, then you come to the conclusion that this compartmentalization is kind of inevitable. You cannot do without some covering of the whole area of experiences with disjoint schemata. And of course, as they have to be disjoint, otherwise you cannot see if something fits or doesn't fit. Then, of course, you can also run into problems that if you excite a schemata from rather different fields, a little bit apart, they might come into mutual contradiction, and because they were just meant to be used in the same time for one and the same context. So split into in and out groups would be just one particular example of an ancient schema. Maybe already animals have this, and it's still active in modern humans and contexts. You cannot avoid that, and you see those in the corona crisis. I repeat this because I think it's really essential. It seems to me that you cannot really overcome such a division into kind of distinct schemata, and as you can't avoid it, you try to use it or to shape it so it doesn't take too much harm. So as we have not infinite mental power and we have no time, there is always limits how much you can fit, and this applies also to symmetries in the equilibria. Equilibria meaning that you have nice fit between your expectations and what actually happens around you. But there is hope that you could have in this hierarchy of schema very high concepts which are important to most of the people, and one hope or observation hopefully would be that if you have such high level schemata being shared, like preventing loss of life, you might have a common ground for action for many human beings. But looking at corona, you still might see the limitations to this. Nowadays, it looks like every state tries to do its best or what they think it's best for its own state, and not thinking really of Europe or the world. But as you hopefully see from this, it's not static. The picture is evolving, and you have to have adaptations to both the schemata, which goes more or less automatically, but maybe also to your criteria to determine what in the end is satisfactory. And what's the time? Okay. The autonomy I stressed is very much important. And actually in this model, you get it for free. It's an inherent schema, but then you say, how come that people work together? And well, they talk to each other and they come to common abstractions like justice. This is a concept that I think is shared more or less universally in the world, also in the big cultural blocks of, say, West and East or whoever. And this might be a way to come together. So fairness was proposed as a grounding for justice. And in the concept of fairness from roles, the wheel of ignorance plays a most important role. He says you have to consider to be the most disadvantaged in a group to do the right thing to help disadvantaged members. And if you don't know what you are, then you better do the best for the least advantaged. So in the Ouroboros model, this is very much consistent with what Kant said. And in the Ouroboros model, you can see that absolute justice just doesn't exist if it's an abstraction, and it's abstraction of schemata that grows up. Then you maybe come to the conclusion that the basic components are personal dignity, actions compatible with survival and progress, but it's not something that you can cut in stone and say, that's it. What I claim is so that, as Hume already observed, you cannot derive any ought from these. So there is no way of declaring something must be done because it's such and such. But what you could find out is some oughts not, some things that are really prohibited. And this is what I claim to give rise to a negative imperatives, especially and even more so in modern times, with tight common restrictions and interlaced complex links and dependencies between partners. Any violent action with high probability has negative impacts also on the actor and the whole world, and thus should be avoided for his, her own most intrinsic self-interest, or say collective interest. So if you have a limited world, if you do a violent action, it will come back to you and will hurt yourself. So the hope is, considering this, people refrain from violent actions because they will hurt themselves. And self-interest, say enlightened self-interest, is really a major component here. And basically it achieves the same results as the wheel of roles, but it does this much more natural and understandable. And just an aside, this applies to states, aliens, or artificial intelligence. And still, you have this autonomy, you have to constrain it, otherwise you cannot make this self-consistently fit. Maybe a little bit closer again to the workshop. Nothing is more natural than to expect that something does not fit. I think this is a real red line in human existence. It's just most obvious there are things which cannot fit. There is what I explained, the legs, the open slots in schemata, where you have an idea of what is happening, and then you see the real input doesn't fit with your expectations based on experience. And so you dig out more information, you search for more and try to fill the slots. This was the known unknowns, but there's also the unknown unknowns. you have to be more or less sure that your patchwork of schemata over all field of possible experience is not complete. What you have not learned, what you have not encountered, what you have no concept for to think, gives a discrepancy, and you have to be, or must almost be sure that this happens, and it's unknown. You don't know where the fringes, the rims of your knowledge really are, and so you might be surprised when you encounter them, but you shouldn't, because it's obvious your hierarchy of schemata cannot cover the whole world, as it's just patchwork and done in limited boundary conditions like time and cognitive capacity. You can have the perfect fitting only in very confined and well constricted circumstances, like say logics in finite dimension fields. As soon as you start to allow some infinite leaks, the unintended can sneak into. Gödel would be just an example. Of course, I cannot have this talk without speaking about Corona, as I had prepared this a little bit early. This is just the last slide, saying something to Corona. So we had this before. We hope, or we think to observe, that under the common threat to die, even if it's with a small probability, many people are willing to accept very severe limitations in their civil rights. We observed this basically all over the world, at least for a couple of months. And only now, after say 2 months, people start to complain about the limitations, and that is expected. So, of course, they know that their personal behavior, or most of them know that their personal behavior has an impact on their personal health and survival. And I want to exemplify this. It's also known to others and used by, say, propaganda. I take it now as an example, an encouraging example, that the negative imperative really works. And just look at this now everywhere visible sign in Switzerland. It is how to protect yourself and others. So you have the distancing, you stay home, you wash your hands, you don't make handshakes, you go the right way, and you don't jump to the doctor's office, but rather call him first. And what I want to point out is that the first sentence, and it's the same basically in Austria, and it's the two that I've checked, is a first appeal to something like enlightened egoism, to make people aware that it's in their own and in the common interest to do these actions. So for a concrete situation, and this is, you see here, where you really know what you are trying to prevent or try to avoid, you can have positive commandments. Where, as I said before, that on a very general level, as discussed by Hume, you can't have positive commandments, but you can still have a negative imperative saying that if you care of something, you rather avoid certain things which might ruin the whole thing. So thank you for your attention. And of course, if you have ideas for collaboration, I would be most appreciating that, and they would be most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Knud. Now it's time for questions and comments, please.
Okay.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
So I think it's our second encounter with this model, but it changed from I mean, because I know you're working on it. I also saw some publication, but it changed because you introduced the ignorance elements. So I think it's much more social, like I mean, the under impact of social sciences. So my question is that I like very much your model. I think But I was wondering, because it's a self-referential model, which is based to a great extent on data accumulation and information scrutiny and experience. But today, if we are looking at public policy, we see that the public policy is based much more, it's about the future. For example, Taleb, he is the author who introduced this term of the black swan, and he's, I mean, black swans in the sense of huge events which people, after they take place, think that they were predicted, like the refugee crisis or COVID. But anyway, the idea is that this author, he's saying that in public policy, there should be a change, in the sense that this model, when we are all the time looking at what we did wrong and we try to evaluate and to bring some error correction, that this model is not functioning, that actually we have other cognitive strategies. And what we notice, we and my colleagues, is that, for example, in public policy, there is, people are looking at the future and they adapt to the changing circumstances. So they not so much evaluate, and it's not any such more a feedback mechanism, but they are much more projecting, looking at the future, and they adapt to the changing, they adapt their behavior and also their narrative. But then your model is fits into this context, because the way we imagine the future, it's very much it's dependent on our past experience. So the national context, it's very much embedded in this oral geopolitics. So I was wondering if you can comment maybe on this future dimension of your model. I know that you have these expectations, but when I'm thinking about expectation, it's something which is happening in the present based on the past experience, but it has a future component, but it does not have this component of preparation. It's like expectation doesn't involve action.
I only partly agree. So first thing, thank you for your nice words. And of course, I would just claim the model has not changed, but proclaiming an adaptive and learning architecture, I tried to learn myself. And in the first encounter last year, I got a little bit better feeling of you, what you might be interested and what might make the connection to this world, which is really kind of alien to me, because, you know, I'm a physicist. So if you see a difference, then I learned and I tried to present something which appeared to your expectations. This is one thing. The other thing, of course, expectations, as you describe, and people now thinking of more the future, that's actually an outcome of the monitoring. They see to some extent that the normal models do not work. You cannot continue like you did half a year ago, because otherwise you just accept many people dying unnecessarily. So you see in this monitoring, as described in the Robo's model, that the schemata that you have do not really fit. So you have to take something new, and what people do now observe that they go back to structures which to some extent others have thought that might be outdated, like the states or even counties get much more importance than they had a year ago. It's states that close their borders, and it's counties which maybe have special rules, and it's not so much the schema that we had a year ago of a free Schengen country, European Union, one thing. This is one thing. And the other thing, and I think this is encouraging, is that as people experience and see that the expectations, the normal schemata do not fit, they try to ask the experts. There is virologists who know a little bit more than others, and they are now in high esteem, and they have a word in TV and in deciding politics, or at least counseling politics, which were not so 2 years ago. You know, in Austria, I observed that any good politicians, to be acceptable by the general public, he had to declare that he was bad in mathematics in school. If he said he was good, people would say, oh, stuck-up guy, cannot really know our problems, we can't elect him. So I think one upshot, one good thing out of Corona could be that there is some renewed estimation and appreciation of expert knowledge, because these experts have more refined, more elaborate schemata, and their, say, prognosis and their anticipations of what would come if you do this action or if you don't do these actions, now bluntly speaking of lives to be missed, they are more important than before, because in normal lives you don't need that much expertise than as in very extraordinary situations as we have now.
Yes, but okay, but this is very much oriented towards the future. So in COVID, for example, we and this was discussed yesterday at the panel, that there might be this option that to discuss how we turned in this situation. But if you focus on the future and what you have to do now, then you also ignore what brought you here. So it's a completely different kind of argumentation. And in a way, but by focusing, but I mean, I think that including this component of the future, it will show that people don't all the time evaluate. I think they also adapt. So they transform themselves. You know what I mean? So it's like
yes, you see, the Rabat's model is actually say an hyperactive loop. So if you have a loop structure, it's really hard to tell this is the beginning and this is the end. You could just say this is the end and this is the beginning. It just goes on. And what I claim is that it is no vicious cycle going in a plane, but it's more like a spiral, spiraling up, because when you have fulfilled a loop, you have learned something, and next time you can adapt better. And as to the Corona crisis, you know, if we are lucky, we have in 5 years from now enough data to really understand and be able to evaluate what actions at what time were helpful, what were disturbing, and what were even detrimental, because no one in the world now has the overview to really tell that this is good or this is bad, because nobody can see all consequences. And this is also an upshot of the Rabat's model. Be always modest and understand that whatever you understand, it's only a very limited view and fraction of perspectives on the world which you happen to learn, which you happen to experience so far, and there might be others which are completely alien to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Okay, great. Knud, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Yeah, it's fine now. It's okay. We don't see your screen anymore. Thank you very much. Next presenter is supposed to be Fouzia Hani, but there are some problems with internet connections. Maybe she will join us later. And I see that Monika Helak is present. So maybe Monika, now we will jump to your presentation, okay? Monika represents University of Warsaw, and her presentation title is When Divorce Does Not End Marital Power, Case of Polish Single Mothers. Monika, stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, do you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so give me a moment to share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you see it?
Yes. Yes, it's great.
Okay. Sorry, but I can't see the presentation mode. Sorry for that. Okay, never mind. So today I would like to talk to you, share some recognitions on my PhD work about single mothers. And my presentation is titled, as you see, When Divorce Does Not End Marital Power, Cases of Polish Single Mothers, because I believe that divorce is not well, breaking free from marriage, as well as I will explore it later. First, I would like to show you a little about my study. My main research questions is how the experience of single motherhood can affect the cultural norm of familial life, and reversely, how this norm affects single mothers. I must say that this is work in progress because I am still conducting interviews, and my final plan assumes around 50 biographical narrative interviews. However, I managed to do 19 of them. So I can see some patterns which is worth exploring and maybe discussing if you will be wish to do so. For now, most of my respondents are mostly from Warsaw, mostly under 35, and mostly from middle class. I talked only with mothers who are still in child custody and whose children are under 18. So this is important that this care work is continued during the interview. However, of course, the personal situation of my respondents changes. So some of them, even though they were single during the interview, now, for example, they are married again. So it is important to know that there is some underlying dynamic here. But what was the most striking when I was talking with my respondents was the perspective that their husbands, ex-husbands, ex-boyfriends actually never disappeared from their life, or even if they did, they are somehow present and pressuring them into some life shape that they don't really control. It is funny because I started to wonder how to break free from the marriage if divorce is not enough. But before we dig into this question, we should examine the influence of husband or male partner, life partner, during the intimate relationship. Here we have some expected marital inequalities. For example, gender pay gap, which in Poland is in an adjusted manner 10%. Motherhood penalty, which is perhaps known to you as a phenomena which brings to the women lower salaries as long with having children, and does not influence the same effect on fathers. So generally, it doesn't really, it is not profitable to be a mother when you are participating in the labor market. And at the same time, fathers who omit parental leaves, which makes them less visible parents and less present parents than mothers. Of course, gendered economic activity rate and social policies which reinforce traditional model of family, which applies especially to Poland, and which makes for men easier to keep refusing to participate in domestic work, which is very important, because this is the main reason for which we face the phenomena of double burden of women in modern families, which means they both participate in labor market and they make this second shift, as Early Hochschild put it, in their homes, taking care both of their children and husbands or life partners. And of course, in the result, it makes female life partners, wives, mothers, fragile and dependent. And what is worse, this status quo is seen and perceived as unfair, and also as a kind of unmet promise, because the modern notion is about the fathers who are engaging in themselves in upbringing their children, and also who are very careful, and generally they connect with their plans with making family and not only with their career. This is important also in the matter that family, especially nuclear one, is both about maintenance of its members and also about intimate marital love. It has these two functions, among others. And this is why I propose to see it through Eva Illu's sociology, presented in Why Love Hurts. And she presented the rules of what she calls the sexual field, when men has this power to exchange their engagement in intimate relationships and families for women's sexual availability, and women do the reverse. And this is possible because men get emotionally distanced easier than women. So this is the main source of the postmodern love asymmetry, meaning postmodern love meaning heterosexual middle-class couples, but generally it fits to my sample. So if for men it's easier to leave, they can also to leave their families, they leave their life partners. It is also easier to leave their children. And it is very visible in biographical narratives I analyzed, because no matter if we talk about immigrant physical worker, academic, wealthy entrepreneur, former prisoner, graphic designer, or other people, they were all able to actually leave their children after the divorce. Of course, this presence was sometimes visible, but nevertheless, it couldn't even compare to mother's engagement. And also that fact that this is very repetitive pattern led me to conclusion that fatherhood is just social role because it's optional, but motherhood though is identity, because mother simply could not leave their children. And also it is visible in the statistics. I mean, for example, in Poland, there's over 1.2 million single mothers, according to official statistics made in 2011. But we can assume that there are more of them because of the higher divorce rates, for example. And lone fathers are just, I don't really remember really, but this is the number counted in thousands, not millions. So this is very huge, huge difference. This is also seen in other studies, in this case on full families. Polish sociologist Małgorzata Sikorska, in the book, which title can be roughly translated as Familial and Parental Practices in Modern Poland, Reconstruction of Daily Life, shows that there are some normative views that support this notion that femininity comes out of being a good mother. So being a good mother is kind of primary purpose in women's life, despite all the accomplishments of cultural revolution or generally modern shift of values. And at the same time, fatherhood comes out of being a real man, for example, as a provider or someone who introduces an adventure to children's life. So being a man is primary to being a father. And it is very interesting because, well, the result is that if a woman is dissatisfied with her marriage, she generally decides to stop it, to divorce. And there are also both American and Polish studies on the divorce rate. And it is supposed that almost 2/3 of divorces are initiated by women. So generally, women want to reshape this order, this familial order. But at the same time, nuclear family still stands as a normative pattern, because it is very striking, especially when I talk with women who started so-called full family and, for example, experienced common upbringing with their life partner for several years. They perceive their divorce as failure. For example, they compare themselves to their families of origin and parents who didn't split up, and perceived it as a personal failure to not to maintain the relationship, even though after that constatation they can formulate critics easily because they were very dissatisfied with status quo. And also it is desired decision, because they perceived that divorcing their husband was the only way to regain self-respect, because they felt, for example, omitted, ignored, overwhelmed, overworked, and they attribute the responsibility for this for the status quo to their husbands. So this is very ambiguous because the divorce is both wanted and not. The result is familiar reconfiguration, because the result of divorce is splitting the household, and usually a child stays with the mother. But it doesn't mean that men stop to be the heroes, the figures of these narratives. And for now, I can divide the narratives I've heard in two types. One is with a child's father as a main negative figure, and which is important, it is accompanied by this partially presence in the new configuration. So basically, these are the fathers who try to be engaged, and also this is it should be a good thing, but it comes out that it's not really that good. It's not always the desired result. And the second type of narrative is a child that is barely even mentioned, that I have to sometimes especially ask about biological father of mother's child. So very mostly or completely absent. So when we dig into the first type of narrative, we see that this influence of men is regained because single mothers, as I said, according to normative pattern of nuclear family, try to give their children the quality of full family. So, for example, present father. And according to my respondents' view, this is them who wants to ex-life partner to maintain contact with children. So they organize it and they adjust to the ex-husband time schedule. And it is really big issue because despite having, for example, the court decision on it, ex-husband failed to follow this new time schedule for family life, and they usually miss appointments, they come late, they change plans suddenly, which makes for this single mothers very difficult to, for example, have free time, because they have to be ready that every appointment can be postponed or cancelled. And they are the ones who live with children. So basically they are this this parent who is dominant and who is expected to be always there for children. And for fathers, at the other hand, it is optional. They can appear or not, and they don't really face some kind of, I don't know, social anger for such action. Of course, there is a big problem in Poland with child maintenance debt. We have a huge problem with fathers who don't pay alimonies. So it is obvious financial dependence, because also the monoparental families are the ones who face the danger of poverty. So this is also the instrument of influencing and sometimes even blackmailing the single mothers, as was said in these narratives, because if they decide to fight for these alimonies, they sometimes have to face the conditions of their ex-husband that they are not really happy about. And sometimes these former life partners try to emotionally manipulate the child, for example, by victim blaming or lying about the circumstances of the divorce. So this is also a powerful extension of men's influence, because the mothers are the ones who live with children, and also they bear the emotional pain coming out of this difficult, this difficult relation with their own child, for which they say they are sacrificing themselves. But there are also the second type of narrative when these fathers are generally absent. And these stories are also striking because they are much more peaceful, and the mothers seem to be reconciliated with these fathers somehow. They are not resentful in these stories, but one of the respondents offered an easy explanation, which is, I am okay with my ex-boyfriends, meaning fathers of my two children, because I want nothing from them. And according to Afke Comter, this is also the source of marital hegemony, because when one side is abandoning negotiation, doesn't claim her desires, she doesn't do it because she fears fears to destroy hegemonic order. So she feels obliged to stick to the conditions she didn't establish. And the men established these conditions by fait accompli and just leaving their partners with the duties to organize. But not to be one-sided, I must admit that there are some fathers who claim to be wronged too, because this is very usual to give full custody or majority of custody to mother after divorce. And we have several foundations and associations of so-called brave dads who fight for a mandatory split of child custody in two after divorce. For the first, at first we can perceive it as a modern fatherhood move. I mean that fathers who are engaged, who perceive childcare as a worthy and important task to do. But at the other hand, which was well written by Elżbieta Korolczuk, these societies, at least in Poland, use the gender equality frame, as in fathers also have rights to perform childcare, to reinstate traditional model, because, for example, they believe that family without father is not full, is not complete, is not worthy enough, that mothers alone can't handle their children, but at the same time they would like to lessen the number of divorce, so generally keeping the number of full families. And also they believe that that it is important that the mother is the one who performs childcare at the very early stage when we talk about little babies. And as according to other studies, this is the period of family and children life when it's possible to really introduce partner model, because when father does not really engage in this stage, he probably won't engage later either. And it later reinforces this traditional model. And
Monika, sorry to interrupt you. Can you jump to the conclusions, because we are running?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, this is the final slide. What I would like to call this move of this breakdown is kind of appropriation of oppression, because when we talk about single mother struggle, we are able to see all the difficulties they face. And they face them because they challenge nuclear family hegemony, because they have to negotiate with this pattern of nuclear family. Also, they are very they negotiate between their own autonomy, for example, to organize their own time, and between the need to provide supposed full family qualities to her children. And for this, ex-husband is needed, and he really doesn't want to show up for this. And the result is the creation of space to reinforce men's marital power, even if intimate relationship between parents is over. So this is my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. We have some time for quick questions. Please, anybody has a question? So maybe I will start. I have a few remarks, so maybe I will write to you later my thoughts, because it's more commentary than a question. Otherwise, I was thinking if you considered including father's side in your research, because I think it could give you some nice. It can bring some light on the things that mother are presenting. So yeah, it would be more. It will give you some other ways to interpret your material. I'm thinking of other side, a kind of control group to your mother interviews. I think you will gain some extra interpretive possibilities if you include it. Just such a comment.
I would like to also, following Katarzyna comment, I also was thinking that your research would really profit from the collateral interviews with the parents, and just to be sure that you're getting the story right. But I was also, as being qualitative researcher myself, I was quite surprised how homogeneous is your group. And I don't know if it's intentional, but first of all, you're really choosing a very homogeneous group in terms of the socio-demographic characteristic, but also when you're giving your preliminary results, it also sounds like a very homogeneous picture. And my impression is that one should really look for more dimensionality and heterogeneity with the data and with the different stories. And basically with every statement you made today, I had immediately 2 or 3 other statements which would be also possible in relation to the mother role or father role, or the expectations towards the result of divorce, or expectations who wants to break free, who doesn't want to break free, what should be the role of the father after the divorce, and so on. And so I wonder if you were thinking about it, or if it's intentional in any way, that very homogeneous picture you create.
I also have a question, but I also would like to draw attention that Fouzia, she's uploading her presentation, so maybe we just gather questions now. Kasia, if it's okay with you.
Yes, please.
So also I also have 2 comments. So my first one, I find the presentation, I like it very much, but still I would also integrate it in a bigger picture. For example, Viviana Zalizer and other researchers, they are drawing a profile of the relationships women are engaged with, also with other men. For example, there is this research on welfare women and women who are on low wage. I can give you later on the reference. It's Making Ends Meet by Catherine Edin and Laura Line. And it shows that, for example, single mothers, they have this web of relationships with men. So there is not only the father or the former boyfriend, but actually each of these intimate relation has a special kind of economic transaction related to it. It's not instrumental, it's also very symbolic. So the father is only one. I don't know if you don't do a disadvantage to these women by only talking about them in relations to this ex-boyfriend, because I feel that somehow then it's still like the wrong picture. So it's not the full picture you give of these women. And the second comment, this is more from the point of view of sociology of the marked and the unmarked, is that very often in your presentation, you present the problem of the motherhood by going back to the element of gender and the fact that these women are actually women. This is something which is like now sociology is critically engaging with in sociology of the unmarked, and it shows that, for example, when you present crime delinquency, black delinquency, the way that already put, you are marking it as women, black, gay, that you already bring an explanation to a topic and you make it like self-referential. So I think it would be very good if you would try to relate to much more recent approaches, which are more, they're not only critical, but integrated in the picture. And this goes very well with what Justina was saying, that you just have to make it, I think, broader. I think it's much more complex than women against former boyfriends, and how I think it's much more complex.
Okay, thank you, Monika.
Yes, thank you for your comments. Of course, I am aware that this is quite homogeneous sample.
1 minute, because Fouzia she's waiting. Okay.
Yeah, of course. I am aware that this is homogeneous sample. That this is why I talked at the beginning that this is preliminary, and I present for some specific kind of respondents. And of course, I know that these modern notions of family are including also, for example, homosexual relationships or other ethnicities. But for now, I decided to focus on this perspective of single mothers, mainly because this is very connected to this heterosexual relationship and family. What I want to say is that I believe that this is some kind of other family practice that needs to be reconsidered. And of course, this is not about family as a whole picture, because it's not possible, especially that for now we don't talk about family as a structure, but also as a practice, also as an ideology. So I wanted to explore one spectrum. Considering the other interviews, I want to include the perspective of fathers with other studies, because in my case, it is quite difficult to reach some of fathers of children of my respondents, because, for example, they have no contact with them for several years. And they would, I believe that some of them, they wouldn't like to share this kind of contact. So unfortunately, I cannot do this in pairs, as I would say, but for sure in the final analysis, I would like to include this perspective as well. And also it applies to demographic features of the mothers. So I would like also, for example, more interviews from working class middle background.
Okay, thank you very much, Monika, for your presentation. And now we'll move to the next presenter, Fouzia Hani. We're glad you are with us today. And her presentation is called Inequality and its reflection on the difficulty of women access to reproductive and sexual health in Morocco. Fouzia, the stage is yours. Can you hear me? You have to unmute your microphone. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My contribution is inequality, and it's. Thank you. You hear me good?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good.
Yes, yes.
Inequality and its reflection on the difficulty of women's access to reproductive and sexual health in Morocco. Morocco undertook between 1990 and 2015 to achieve the Millennium Development Goal set by the United Nations, which include, among others, the goal of improving maternal health by reducing by 3/4 the maternal mortality rate while making access to reproductive medicine universal. Since the end of the Millennium Goals in 2015, Morocco, on the strength of its achievements, has adhered to the new global goals of Sustainable Development Goals, under which it commits to the 2030 maternal mortality rate below 70 per 100,000 live births, to reduce neonatal mortality to 12 per 1,000 live births, and to ensure access for all the sexual and reproductive health services, including for family planning, information, and educational purposes. If we take into account the physical and spatial inaccessibility of women to reproductive health care, we must also ask whether they suffer from the shortage of healthcare workers, the weakness of their training, and their inequitable distribution on the ground, the territory, and if the socioeconomic poverty, low standard of living, cultural and educational illiteracy, low cultural level breaks results in their weak use of appropriate care structures. This paper proposed to study the issue of women's access to reproductive health care in Morocco based on exciting literature as well as on field surveys, studies, direct or semi-direct interviews, and the observations made on this subject in in the town Meknes, center of Morocco, and Rabat, the capital of Morocco. This work highlights the barriers that limit the accessibility of these to appropriate healthcare structures, including those of a special economic, social, educational, and cultural nature. Entitled Family Planning, Nations Empowerment and Development, the report measures the progress made by Morocco in the extension of the family planning program and draws up its future prospects. The meeting held in Rabat in celebration of World Population Day was an opportunity to discuss the link between family planning and the demographic divide. One pregnant woman in 4 did not want her pregnancy or wish to delay it. And 73% of maternal deaths could have been prevented despite a 30% decline in the maternal mortality rate over the past five years. The need for Morocco to ensure that women and young people have access to quality sexual and reproductive health services and information, including voluntary family planning, which is essential for the economic empowerment of women and girls, and thus to political emancipation and social transformation. Morocco has made stunning advances in maternal health over the past 15 years. State Boel Yousfi adding that maternal mortality rates declined to 72.6 deaths per 100,000 live births. That's over 30% in 5 years. Okay, the dramatic decline in fertility correlated with the sharp increase in the contraceptive prevalence rate, which reached 67.4% among married women, indicates that women have a better overall control of fertility. However, contraception methods are strongly dependent on the pill of the determinant of long-term methods and to acute lack of knowledge and availability of emergency contraception at a level of public structures is still persists. While these figures are in fact promising, another issue still persists. Family planning is still limited to married couples. The UNFPA points out that information, education, communication, and services for teenagers and young people remain limited despite evidence of early sexual activity in this category. In a report entitled Right to Universal Access to Sexual and Reproductive Health, the UNFPA revealed that average age of first sexual intercourse is about 16.5 years for boys and 17.8 years for girls. Young people are at higher risk of negative consequences since they don't have access to adequate sexual and reproductive health information and services. Point on the UNFPA, according to the latter, Moroccan teenagers and young people engage on several risky behaviors. In Morocco, 7.9% of girls aged 15 to 24 years who had sex had unwanted pregnancy, while 60% of young boys frequent sex works and nearly a quarter of them never use condoms. The lack of appropriate sexual education and reproductive health services among young people is all the more catastrophic once combined with gender inequalities. Inequalities in gender-based violence persist and prevent sexual and reproductive health rights claims for women and girls. Stress UNFPA. Set at 32% to teenage fertility rate, 15 and 19 is high in Morocco, mainly due to early marriage, but also the sexual violence and insufficient access to information and sexual reproductive health services. The UNFPA also points out that knowledge of the risk and negative consequences on reproductive health remains limited. And while the prevalence of sexual violence is still high in Morocco, knowledge and access to emergency contraception remains low in the public sector. In a climate where sexual education is not institutionalized, where there is a serious lack of health structure distinct to young people, and where youth is faced with cultural and administrative obstacles in accessing sexual and reproductive health services, is not surprised that UNFPA questions why these inequalities in gender-based violence persist despite the demand for sexual and reproductive health rights for women and girls. The field of sexual and reproductive health and the rights before illustrating the normative framework of abortion. In 2018, expenses for integrated sexual and reproductive health services in Morocco include this target at increased availability and use of integrated sexual and reproductive health services, including family planning, maternal health, and HIV, that are gender responsive and meet human rights standards for quality of care and equity in access. This initiative involved 668,239 in expenditures, of which 83% come from the United Nations Population Fund and 10% from non-governmental organization and 7% from the Moroccan government. These figures do not include the cost of private health services, which contribute to stratifying health care asymmetries between rural and urban areas and between private and public services. Morocco made only limited progress in achieving Millennium Development, which focused on improving maternal health, which aimed to achieve by 2015 universal access to reproductive health and safe abortion, was either not included or only briefly mentioned by a Morocco institution in the report of the achievement by World Health Organization report, focusing generally on target without a country-specific focus. It's also not addressed into 2012 to 2016 UNFPA country program, despite that program's emphasis on sexual and reproductive health as a core component. In Morocco, abortion is mostly practiced illegally. Therefore, official public health data is not available.
Fouzia, sorry to interrupt you, but there is 5 minutes left for your presentations, and then we will go with questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I will. Okay. In particular, I have analyzed how unmarried mothers have been identified either as a specific target for an intervention or as part of a broader target by Casablanca-based non-governmental organization, which has led to the emergence of unmarried women, mothers, as a social category in public space in the context in which they and their children receive care, notably over the last 3 decades. Some non-governmental organizations have transformed the significance of certain social groups, meaning that some women who are experienced both maternal and social distress, including children born of wedlock, have become vulnerable category and new target for humanitarian action if a woman can prove she is vulnerable as defined by non-governmental she can access services including sexual and reproductive health services, either the non-governmental organization itself or through public and private service providers that collaborate with them as volunteer or benefactor. Although the process of assessing eligibility for services is purportedly meant to combat gender and sexual stigma, in reality, this process may be embedded in a compassionate framework that does not actually redress injustice. More importantly, the fact that women who can prove their eligibility are able to access to sexual and reproductive health services through non-governmental organizations does not resolve the large issue of the lack of free, good quality sexual reproductive health services for all women, regardless of their status. This seems at odds with the positioning of these services with a social justice framework. Women in Morocco face difficulties when it comes to expressing their sexuality in choosing family planning methods. Sex is only socially approved for married women, so unmarried women have a hard time accessing contraception. Married women also have trouble with contraception, both due to misinformation and the cultural norm that a wife is responsible for all birth control. Finally, legal abortion is an option is almost completely inaccessible to both married and unmarried women. This sociocultural atmosphere may result in unsafe practice, shame, or unfulfillment on the part of Moroccan women. On top of the difficulties facing women who want access to contraception, abortion is illegal in most cases, causing women to turn to unsafe methods. Therefore, Moroccan women's sexuality is heavily regulated by the limitation of reproductive choice in the continuing fight for women's rights in Morocco. The right to sexuality must be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fouzia, for your presentation. And now it's time for questions, comments. Yes, please. Maybe I will start. I was wondering if you have data from other Arabic countries to compare. Have you this possibility to look on it how Moroccan women's situation look comparison to women for other Arabic countries?
No, I didn't have this opportunity, but
okay.
But I have some studies about compare Morocco by Yemen, Egypt, Jordan. They have the same situation, and I think in the
okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments?
I would just like to make like a cross-reference with the presentations we had yesterday, and it shows it's not only a problem of Arabic countries, but it shows, I think, that the fact that when you have these public policies, categories which have to prove that they are vulnerable, then additional problems occur, like this social group of unmarried women who have to prove their vulnerability. So it shows like almost automatic unintended consequence of the public policy. I mean, it was in the presentation of Spartaco that the children who were supposed to receive aid, they were considered to be adults. So also this problems of the categorization of public policy has effects of stigmatization, and it shows that inequality must be, it's also an issue of how you present it and how you categorize it. I mean, it's just, I think it's more a general problem.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? I can't see anybody. So once again, thank you, Fouzia, for joining us and for your wonderful presentation. Now I will pass the voice and chairing to Adriana. You have unmuted microphone.
Fouzia, would you like to answer? You still have 2 minutes if you would like to answer. I think she cannot hear us. Fouzia?
Okay. Maybe it is possible, yes.
Okay, so maybe we can write to her on chat. So now we are moving to the second session, but here it is this issue that I presented yesterday that we are going to have a third presentation. So we are going to use the break, the break at 12 o'clock to allow Rafa Urukat to present some of the arguments that he didn't manage to present yesterday. So I would like ask the presenters to be to try to keep their presentation and feedback at like 25 minutes, because this will allow us to have additional room. So maybe because we are still we still have some time, I think we can we are all here, so we can start earlier. So this session, the title of the session is just give me. Okay, so the title of the session is Inequality as Resource for Action. So the general idea of the panel was to present inequality not only like a social phenomenon which has to be addressed by public policy, but to show that inequality can also be a source of some innovative practices or just an engine for action or for social movements. We have 3 presentations here. The first one is Mark Darius Juszczak. I saw that he's already present, from St. John's University. The literal drivers of inequality, an exploratory study of data usage acquired through the emergence of mandatory metadata regimes on public roads. Then the second presentation from Bashir Bello, Federal University of Gusau, who most probably, if there is an internet connection problem, will present through WhatsApp, but you will see his presentation. And then Rafa Urukat from the University of Warsaw. So maybe let's start with Mark's presentation, if you would like to upload it.
I'm just talking for like 10 minutes. It was a very complex topic, and I wanted to be very short and sweet in explaining it. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes, I think we are, okay. Yes.
So I uploaded the paper. It's a very strange topic. Can everyone hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, amazing.
Everybody's muted, so they cannot express their.
Thank you, Adriana, for the invitation. I'm sorry I'm not in Poland at the moment and that things happen the way they did in the world. So actually at this time, I'm currently in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I am 9 hours behind you, I believe. So I didn't realize I'd be here, but that's okay. So now it's 2 o'clock in the morning in Las Vegas. Everyone's quiet, but I'm awake. So anyway, there were 2 things, there were 2 incidents that happened to me personally that led me to do the research on this paper. For several years, I have been interested in writing about the impact of very advanced new technologies on American constitutional rights, the way in which technology intersects with citizenship, with our fundamental rights, and with the way that we act as citizens. And about 4 years ago, I was driving across one of the bridges in New York City, I'm a New York City native, and I realized that I couldn't pay for the bridge anymore with cash, which doesn't sound like a big problem because they take your picture of the plate and they send you a bill and you get it at home and you pay it and it's the same price. So you don't really have a penalty incurred. But I began thinking about it. And then a couple days later, I looked at a bus map of a county in the New York region called Nassau County. And that county has a very, very strange bus map because the county is big. It's about 30 kilometers by about 30 kilometers. And it's literally cut in half. The north half of it that faces a body of water called Long Island Sound, the north half has virtually no bus service at all. The southern half has all the bus service. And I said, well, this is weird. You know, why is it that you have a county that has 2.5 million people, that has fairly even population density, that has half the county with basically no bus service whatsoever? And it turns out the people who live there don't want the bus service, actually. They don't want it because they want to drive to work and they're quite wealthy and they can afford to take the train. And in the US, at least in New York City, the difference in price between the train and the bus is actually very, very, very high. To take the bus from that county to downtown New York City or downtown Manhattan is only about 2.5 euros, and it will take you 3 hours to get there. The train is about 15 euros, and it'll take you 40 minutes to get there. And I began thinking about these issues of mobility, inequality, and the way in which you have this strange phenomenon where people who are poor aren't just being priced out of mobility, but their rights are being violated in the process. So I began looking at this question of what I have termed MMRs. MMRs are, I think, a fairly new concept, and I haven't had the chance to do the research I want to do in all the regimes they exist in. But what I understood was that there was a key difference between us as individuals making choices in the consumer market to use Facebook, to use Google, to use the websites, versus us being forced as citizens to actually create metadata in the course of certain transactions that we do in our daily life. And I began asking the question, you know, are these metadata trails, are they mandatory, number one? And number two, do the regimes that emerge, do they practice any kind of fair usage in terms of not having a metadata trail? And how does that metadata trail affect our understanding of social inequality? And what I came to realize is that basically in every single instance that I studied, at least in the United States, I'm sure it's also true in other parts of the world, there is a push to convert transactions that historically have not had and do not need metadata into transactions that do. And it made me ask the question, why is this happening? What's happening that something we took for granted, which is the privacy of transactions in public spaces, whether it's me selling somebody something for $10 or 10 euros, whether it's me crossing a bridge that's a public space, or crossing a track or crossing a field, whatever it happens to be, increasingly what I realized is that transactions that were private between private citizens in public spaces, or private individuals undertaking private activities in public spaces, have suddenly found that those private activities are no longer privileged in the sense that they are no longer forgotten. And as a result, there is a mandatory metadata trail that emerges from that activity. And that trail has consequences that are both legal, but also structural in terms of inequality. So I wrote the paper thinking broadly about this question, asking myself, well, what's the first step I can take? And the first step I could take, which I thought I tried to do in the paper, was to actually define what an MMR is and what it isn't. And what I felt was very important was the idea that we actually can't use MMRs and things like Facebook because Facebook is optional. We don't have to do it as a citizen. But being able to walk around, being able to conduct private transactions is something we have the right to do as citizens. And therefore, we have to ask the question, should we be required to leave these metadata trails behind in activities of citizenship as opposed to activities of convenience? And what I have come to realize is that a lot of attention has been paid to major social media sites and to the use of metadata for private companies. Not nearly as much attention has been paid to the consequences of transitioning to mandatory metadata regimes. So one of the best counterexamples I can give you in Europe is the fact that, for example, in Sweden, there has been talk of developing a cashless economy where cash is no longer used. And this raises exactly the same issue as, for example, not being able to pay cash when you cross a bridge. In both cases, you're depriving citizens of the right to partake in a private transaction that does not leave a trail behind in some way. And I've come to believe that the right to have those kinds of private transactions is a fundamental right of citizenship, and that right must be protected. So I wrote the paper and I'm laying out this framework for an MMR, doing two things. A, looking to define an MMR in a functional way. B, hoping to provoke a conversation about this specific question of metadata in active citizenship. And that was it, actually. I tried to be succinct, Adriana. I hope I managed.
I think it's very, it was a very nice story about the surveillance regime around us. So I think it was quite, I think, I think it was told in a nice, the nicest way that you could have presented it. I mean, without raising, you know, all the this power antennas that we sociologists have. So let's open the floor for a discussion. If somebody would like to.
Yeah, hi. Mark, thank you for very interesting presentation. We have a colleague here in Poland who does research on on institutionalization of cashless Poland. Because certain Central Eastern European economies are also extremely advanced in pursuing the cashless economy. It's a funny paradox. It's due to the fact that our banking system was a bit backwarded, and now it is much easier for it to introduce all the cashless exchanges. So Poland and Czech Republic is actually in this very much more advanced than German economy.
Are there any concerns, Mikołaj, are there any concerns about the metadata trails left behind?
Yeah, of course. But what's interesting here, because and that's my comment / question for you, it's mostly the question of state controlling us. But what's interesting for me and what I'm seeing in this research done in Poland, it's not only state thing, but actually big financial institutions putting a lot of pressure on state and are actually working hand in hand in pressing small economic actors to introduce this touchless payments, terminals everywhere. Yes, so it's all the time optional, but the pressure on this small economic actors is very strong, and to make it more convenient. But it allows huge financial institutions who gather this money to operate with it, but also it makes the state more happy because it's easier to taxate the money which is transferred to the cashless transactions than the cash transactions, obviously. Yeah, so it's very interesting combination of action of a state and big financial institutions. And one more thing, the interesting aspect in your presentation was the possible of this participation in this kind of a social system or economic system as being optional or not optional. Actually, it is extremely hard to run away from it. Yes, even if it is optional. Yes, I don't want to have my Facebook account, but this conference goes also to the Facebook account, and I'm not blaming the organizers. There are my colleagues and friends. But, you know, if you want to communicate with people, you have to use this channel. If you want to pay quickly, you have to use your card because everyone is paying with the card, and the shop assistants, they do not have change to give it back to you. So how would you do, and now I'm coming to the question, how you actually how would you be able to theorize it that these options of to opt out from these systems are actually becoming more and more illusionary, and they serve to legitimize that new way of capturing our economic practices and practices of participating in public sphere?
Well, I'll give you an example. I think that there are two examples that come to mind, at least in the United States. So the first one is that toll roads could, in theory, have an option where you could buy an electronic transponder anonymously in a store with cash. And that option would satisfy the condition of not leaving a metadata trail. So I'm looking at the question also, not just in the case of a bridge, but can we preempt through constitutional law or through parliamentary law in Europe or congressional law in the US by ensuring that the right to be forgotten or the right of anonymity is somehow preserved across any future technological platforms. So it wouldn't take much. It would be very easy to actually have an option where a citizen could go to a store and pay cash for a transponder and then still have that right to be forgotten preserved. But I think that you're largely correct. I think that large corporations and governments have a vested interest in not preserving that right. And which is partially why I think it's really important to actually enforce it. I would venture to say that the exception might be Iceland. Iceland, as far as I know, at least in terms of digital rights, has been very proactive in trying to push through the Icelandic parliament something like the equivalent of a tax haven in Switzerland, but a tax haven for digital, digital rights of speech, basically. So I think that what I'm trying to figure out is why haven't more groups gotten together and found ways to enforce or at least speak out about preserving this right to be forgotten? I mean, through recognizing that this is in fact an MMR or it isn't. The last counterexample I'll give you that I find very interesting and very disturbing is that in the US 2 years ago, a House resolution was passed, House Resolution 1865. And that resolution effectively, in theory, was meant to prevent prostitution and child pornography on the internet. All it really did was ban dating, ads on Craigslist. And what happened is that you could still have dating websites, but you have to register to do them. And what I've seen is that sites that let you act anonymously are consistently punished by laws under the preemption of, well, you might cause problems. So I actually think it's a very serious issue. Mikołaj, I think have I answered your question adequately, or?
Yeah, thank you. It's a really interesting and worth researching topic.
Okay, somebody else would like to address a question? Okay, so I like this idea of the right to be forgotten, and I was thinking, because it's a topic, as you write in the paper, it's also about structural inequality. Yeah. But I think that maybe there is not like an organized social movement against it, but you have what you might call these weapons of the poor. So I know that, for example, older people were against, for example, receiving their pension by cards. So it's not something which is visible, because, and this is also an effect of inequality. But there was this kind of resistance against. Maybe their problem was not metadata mandatory regime, but maybe the fact that with this. It's not only about the accumulation of data and the right not to be forgotten, but that you are taxed additionally. For example, if you are using these technological tools, they have to pay to the banks an additional fee which is very it's very small, but for them it's very
significant.
It's very significant also at the symbolic level. So I think that this metadata data mandatory regimes, it's also connected with, you have additional taxes, which is, so it's like a regime which is connected with other regimes. So it's not only about
I mean, I actually have a question for you, Adriana, and for the group, which is, you know, one of the big differences between the US and Europe is that Europe has mandatory state level ID cards. So as I know, every country in Europe, for example, in Poland, you have like this, you know, national ID card, and everyone has one. And, you know, in the US, there's actually a very big fight about this because for the past 200 years, there hasn't been one. And we view at the federal level, the right to identify somebody as a right that does not belong to the federal government. So in some ways, we have a structural protection in place against certain kinds of metadata collection, but I don't know how strong it is, to be honest with you. I really don't know. I suspect that citizens are very willing to give up rights either for fear or for convenience, and they often fail to realize how significant what they've given up is in exchange for that convenience. So I'm quite concerned, to be honest with you.
But I think there must be, I think there is a resistance, but I think it's not visible. I think it's very individualized, and because of the inequality, you don't see it. Because, for example, if you have older people who they don't want to be integrated like technologically, but there is a resistance. I think they make a lot of phone calls that they want to get, you know, I think there is a resistance, but it's not because of the inequality. You don't see it because it's not younger people going in the streets, but it's these older people making the phone calls and going to the offices. So there is, I think, this weapons of the poor again. Just it's not visible.
I mean, there is, I'll add one more comment. There is one very interesting community in the US, which is the Amish religious community. And they're about, currently they're about 300,000 Amish Americans. And the Amish actually don't practice ANOS at all. They have, in every level, they have what's called an opt-out strategy. So they are allowed, according to religious freedom laws in the US, to opt out of almost all current required metadata regimes that the federal government has. So it's a weird way around it, but I think that their example and the sheer number of them that there are in the US is a very good counterpoint to the American push for, you know, sort of I would say, commercially driven variant of what other countries do through government. We have done a very, very good job of gathering data on citizens through the private sector.
Okay, thank you very much. If somebody would like to add something. Okay, so I think this is it. Are you going to sleep or to enjoy Las Vegas?
In about 10 minutes, I'll go to sleep. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, so it's.
Yeah, but with Las Vegas, I was expecting that this is when, like, you woke up at 1 o'clock and.
No, I just haven't gone to sleep yet. It's Vegas. It's the city that never sleeps. So
yes,
you know, there's I can sleep a little bit, wake up at noon, and currently the last thing I will say is that the weather here is phenomenal. For the past week and a half, it's been about 38 to 40 Celsius every day, and very sunny. So I'm very happy.
Okay, so
thank you, Adriana, very much,
especially for your effort and for thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana.
So, let's go to the next presentation. So now we are going. Let's share screen. Okay, so Bashir, will you try to upload your presentation?
Actually, I would like to present without necessarily sharing my screen because of the network problem here and there.
Okay, do you have your presentation?
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to have my presentation without necessarily sharing the screen because of a network problem here and there. Is that okay?
I think it's better if yes, you have it and we will hear you.
I'm scared of the network issues. But let me give it a trial and see how it goes.
You know, I can start your presentation and you will do the talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Should I do the presentation without necessarily sharing the screen?
Yes, I will share the screen, okay?
It's all right. It's all right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so just 1 minute.
All right, no problem.
Okay, do you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, I have it with me.
Okay.
All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. You hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Bashir Bello from Nigeria, Department of Sociology, Federal University, Gusau. The title of my paper, as earlier mentioned, is Tokenism and Women in the Nigerian Organization, a focus on selected Nigerian university. The term tokenism has been employed in this research to refer to it's one of them. The aim of every university is to advance knowledge through teaching and community service. As such, this process, from all indication, includes women in all ramifications. The available statistics has indicated that women are viable, they are capable to compete with men in the Nigerian university system, yet they are not well represented. Many studies have also revealed that in Nigeria, the rate of women with higher university qualification and also that are competent in all ramifications are at close quarter with their male counterparts. As such, this study therefore examines the numerical proportion of women to men in some of the Nigerian university system. The study assessed factors that are responsible in the Nigerian university system The study also examined challenges confronting women in the Nigerian university as a result of this tokenism. And finally, the study examined the responses of the women themselves to the situation. That is, to the situation of tokenism. Now, in the literature that are traditionally organized men, northern Nigerian, where mostly most positions are assumed to be meant for men. Some of the scholars have also been able to discover that people's perception of women commitment in workplace is an example of not being a good wife, and it's also an example of not being a caring mother. So once a woman is becoming too dedicated to her job, it's as if she's not going to be a good wife, as well as not going to be a caring mother. Some of the literature review also discover that women are mostly placed on a low status position in a bid to compensate them, which is a form of tokenism. Further, in the problem statement and justification, Yoda, Pezzi, Oron, Egli, and others have also been able to discover that some of the challenges confronting women range from gender inappropriateness, which refer to gender stereotyping. The moment women are progressing in place of work, they are perceived as a threat, and as such, they are discriminated against. There's also this problem of expectation, status expectation. Women are not seen as those who can give the best. And as such, there is this exclusion.
Sorry, Bashir, I think if you turn off your camera, the audio will be much better. Just turn off the camera.
I should turn it off?
Turn off your camera.
Okay. Okay, let me do that.
Okay, and now you present now. It should be better.
Okay, I should go on?
Yes.
All right. So, women are perceived as a threat, and as such, they are discriminated against. There is this issue, as I mentioned, status expectation problem. Women are perceived somehow that they are not, they may not be given the best, and as such, these exclusions in terms of organizational decision making, lack of recognition. Now, finally, in the literature review, there is this responses of women themselves to the tokenist issue, to the tokenist status quo. Most of the scholars have been able to establish that some of the attitudes of women also have also been encouraging the act of tokenist. Now, this research was actually carried out in 2 universities in northern Nigeria, namely Federal University Gusau, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua University. Both of them are situated in the northwest of Nigeria. One is situated in Katsina, one is situated in Gusau. This research was actually anchored on the Roosevelt Most counter-research theory in a book, Men and Women of the Corporation. Specifically, I employed the chapter named Some Effect of Proportions on Group Life, Skewed Sex Ratios and Responses to Token Women. In this theory, counter-examined the implication of interaction within an organization and how they are affected by the different numbers of people for different social social types. She focused on the groups with fewer gender ratios and also higher numerical proportion of men and smaller numerical proportion of women, who she described as token. Like I mentioned, this research was actually carried out in two parts of Nigeria, the Northwest, namely the Federal University Gusau and Umaru Musa Yar'Adua University. Both of them are located in the Northwest of Nigeria. This research was actually conducted as an exploratory research design, and it employed qualitative method using the in-depth interview as well as the key informant interview. These two instruments were used to collect primary data from the respondents. The in-depth interview involves engaging 15 purposively selected academic staff, each from the university, from the two universities. The key informant interview involves engaging 5 purposively selected head of the department from each of the two universities. The following are the research questions. What are the numerical proportions of women to men in the university? What are the factors responsible for the numerical proportion of women to men in the university? What are the challenges confronting women in the university as a result of the Tokenism? Then finally, what are the responses of women to the situations? Now, these are the findings. Women represent of 20% of the membership in the two universities. The percentages of women to men are few, and it shows unequal representations of the genders. Second, the factor responsible for the numerical proportion of women to men in the organization. This research was able to establish that the notion that women may not have the aggressiveness, the courage, the tenacity to separate family responsibility from the challenges factor responsible for the numerical proportion of women to men in the university. They may not have that tenacity. They may not have that courage. The aggressiveness may also be lacking. Also, this research also found that women are on many occasions distracted with the demand of the cultural need to get married and have a family, which is the requirement of the media society, largely further. It is an established fact that in a Nigerian university to be you must have acquired. So there's this pressure of getting married, which is one of the greatest factors that has reduced the numerical proportion of women to men in Nigerian university. Now, the challenges confronting women as a result of this Tokenism. It was found that women experience a kind of isolation and role encapsulation. This implies that they are not given a kind of inclusiveness. There is this role encapsulation, the conclusion that this is the particular role they should be given. This is the notion, they give them a kind of not giving inclusiveness in the Nigerian university, especially in this northern part of Nigeria. of the women academic are also, they've perceived that the status quo is normal, that it is a normal thing that men should be more than women in Nigerian university, where you see in an entire faculty in a university, you can see 2 in the entire faculty. You can see 4 in the entire faculty, where there are about 30, 25, 40 men. Now, this is the recommendation of the study, that it is pertinent that advertisement should be given purposely for the recruitment of women into the Nigerian university system. It is also pertinent that awareness are provided should not be hindrance. Should not be hindrance to meeting their needs, which is their goal of becoming one of the academic too. Women who are already employed in the university system should be used to entice those whose spirits have been dampened as a result of one societal expectation or the other. There should be an element of equality in assigning responsibility to all academic staff, irrespective of whether it is male or a female. And on the part of women, they should stop discouraging themselves. They are part and parcel of the society. They are also stakeholders. So no one should treat them as token. Finally, the study concluded. It is the study that actually assessed factors responsible for numerical proportion of women to men. It examined challenges confronting women in the Nigerian university, and also it examined the women's responses to the situation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. There were some interruptions, but there is nothing you should worry about, because I think because of your presentation, I think we got I think almost the full picture. So now I will open the floor. If you have some questions or some comments or some suggestions in terms of methodology, please please feel free. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. I'm expecting questions.
Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, so
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, I can. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, so I will go on with the. I was wondering if the. So I think you made a quite nice research and presentation of the situation, but can you maybe give I don't know give some. What is the support? I mean, the support and the relations of the support for the women who are in the university. I mean, why this 10 or 20%? Why is it so successful? Is it the support of the family? Do they have money? Is it the education? So I understand all the factors which bring this phenomenon of tokenism into being, but I was wondering maybe what are the elements which support the women who are successful, and maybe this could be also be a recommendation just to make them more accessible to the other parts of the society.
It's okay. That is noted, but the cultural notion is very, very low. The perception of women is that she should get married at a point in time in her life, and the pressure is very, very much there. But as time goes on, maybe the society will come to realize the need to provide the assistance, the support for women, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. This has been a major problem. If there is a special support for women, certainly we have come to see that there are women who are going to school now, but after the first degree, that is all. They end up in their husband's house. So when a lady gets married, there is this obstacle of furthering her education, of starting a master's, of starting a PhD. She's assumed as a full wife. She's assumed to take the full role of a wife. So I think this is the major problem.
You know, but I know what is the problem, but I'm wondering what are the carrots, the fact which which allow the women to stay in. So maybe here you could elaborate some more, because I know what are the difficulties, but what would be, so not to eliminate the difficulties, the limitations, but to enhance the opportunity structure. So what is it? I understand it's education. Is it,
Yes,
is it dependent on what the husband, if the husband allows them to have a university career as a hobby, or are they single women? So what allows them to, so this, why is it this 10 or 20% still functioning?
I think education matters a lot. Education is a major problem also. Education, yes. So if there is this awareness, enlightenment, I think it will go a long way to improve the situation.
But these women, are they emancipated, or it's rather they do it like a hobby? So what what is the profile of the 10 or 20%? They don't have they don't have a family, so they.
Many of those who have been able to regulate this challenge, many of those who have been able to regulate this challenge, those little percentage that you have seen are either from a rich family, from an enlightened families, from families that are exposed to the current situations. Those are the percentage.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. If you have some other questions.
I'm terribly sorry because I've just joined you in. I had another meeting, so I'm sorry I wasn't able to listen to all your presentation because I was really looking forward to hear it. But I just wanted to ask you a more general question about the attitudes of other women towards those who want to get educated and more emancipated. Because it's not so, I wouldn't say that it's absolute, you know, that it's quite common in many cultures that there are that women are very conservative and do not encourage other women to go forward to be more independent, etc. In many cases, it is the women themselves that try to prohibit the status quo or the existing social order. So my question is, if you can, maybe not directly related to your presentation, but if you can tell us a little bit about the what and if those women who do want to progress somehow in terms of education or other areas, do they have support from other women? What is the attitudes of other women?
Thank you very much. I think another challenge is that women sometimes becomes women's enemy. Those who are actually enlightened not encouraging those ones who are not enlightened. They are also not giving support of emancipation. Is that they be able to encourage others, but opposite is the case. I just have to be honest with you. One of the reasons they themselves seems to be kind of not giving this full encouragement to those who are emancipated, who are enlightened, are not encouraging the situation.
Okay, I think there was an interruption at some point. So maybe just let's, another question, if you can, let's try to, if the connection still works. So what is the main, if not academia, so where do these enlightened women, what is the main competitive domain for the academia? Where is the flow, the brain drain going, if not in the academia? Do they have option to enter some business or some medical career?
Yes, there are civil service. There are civil service job. There are civil service job and teaching in secondary school, primary school. But what I'm saying is, some of them are supposed to be in the higher apex of learning. Some of them are supposed, they are competent, they have the tenacity, they have the knowledge to be in university. But they end up in teaching in secondary school, they end up in teaching in primary school. That's the issue.
Okay.
So that's where the brain drain is going. You see some of them in civil service where the much of their potentiality is not explored. That's the issue.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting presentation. I think it collaborated quite well with what we had yesterday and also with the presentation of Fouzia Hani. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it was our gain. So now let's give the floor to Rafał Rukat. You are here. Rafał?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay.
Could you hear me well?
Yes. So you are the mystery man from our conference.
Yes, because I was to speak yesterday, but yesterday my wife immediately has started to giving birth to our son, and we had to go to hospital. I assisted her, but later after that I had to leave the hospital because of COVID-19 limitations. And that's why
congratulations, that's a wonderful news.
Thank you very much. They are okay.
So they told you to come and to give your presentation.
Hello.
Okay, can I share the screen?
Yes. Do you know how what's the
okay. Do you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm an ethnographer. I'm a PhD student in the Institute of Ethnology and Cultural Anthropology in the University of Warsaw, and I would like to tell you about my ethnographic research among one religious movement, which is called Catholic traditionalism. I refer the notion of traditionalists to Catholics who regularly attend so-called Trident Mass and share objections to the Second Vatican Council, as well as to changes in Catholicism that have occurred afterwards. The Trident Mass was a default form of in the Roman Catholic Church until a liturgical reform introduced a few years after the Council. The reform resulted in promulgation of new rite of the Mass, which replaced the older one. Since the reform, priests could use the old Mass, the old Missal, only with special permission from their bishop, so-called indult. In 2007, by promulgation of a document, Summorum Pontificum, Pope Benedict XVI allowed all priests to celebrate the Trident Mass without special permission. But the notion of indulters remained the popular term for these traditionalists who retain a full communion with the Church. There are also some schismatic groups. The most famous are the followers of Priestly Fraternity of St. Pius X, established by Archbishop Lefebvre. They found both the council and the liturgical reform heretic, and they were excommunicated by the Pope John Paul II. Benedict XVI withdrew the excommunication, but the ministry of the fraternity is still considered illegal by the Holy See. There are also some more radical groups like sedevacantists who claim that the papal throne is empty. Sedevacante means the empty throne. And followers of alternative popes, which they elect on their own. I'm mostly concerned with indulters, with these people who retain the full communion with the church. They usually do not find the council's decrees heretic, but criticize results of their implementations, calling it post-conciliarity. In Poland, posoborowie. Some of them participate also in the new masses, but often complain about liturgical abuses they see there. And what is interesting, although they are not as extremely critical as Lefebvrists and sedevacantists, they seem to be even more combative and more subversive due to their endeavors to remain obedient to the church and change something in it from inside. Is there any problem? Is there any problems? Because I hear somebody.
Excuse me, can all the participants, Bashir, sorry, all the participants, can you please turn off your mics because we can hear you talking. Only Rafa will have his mic on, and everyone else, can you please, because we can hear some noises in the background. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please continue. Sorry about that.
Okay, thanks. In 1998, there were 5 churches in Poland where the Tridentine Mass was regularly celebrated. In Poznań, Katowice, Chorzów, Kraków, and Warsaw. 7 years later, the situation was the same, but in the last decade, however, we can see a rapid development of the movement. In 2019, there were 45 places with regular Tridentine Mass. In Warsaw, yes, and as far as social sciences are concerned, Catholic traditionalism seems to be underrepresented. There were few works considering the social dimensions of the movement's development, describing its internal diversity, forms of authority it constructs, as well as the adjustment of its global features to local circumstances. It was also analyzed in notions of an identity crisis and as a revivalist movement. In these works, Catholic traditionalism is treated as an unintended consequence of the post-conciliar reforms. However, the mainstream church's response seems to be taken for granted by the authors. They seem to assume that this is only traditionalism, not the church's reaction, what is worth a question, why did it happen? In contrast to them, I would like to focus my question on the relation between the mainstream church and the traditionalists. Thus, I can see 2 unintended consequences of the conciliar reforms I would like to take into consideration. The first is the strategy of lay involvement, which resulted in defiance of considerable groups of laymen, I mean traditionalists. The second, these groups of laymen have a strong experience of clerical power exercised on them, despite a visible trend of reducing symbolic power manifestations among clergy. Following Lila Abulugod's suggestion to use resistance as a diagnostic of power, I would like to answer the question, what may traditionalist movement tell us about shifts in power relations in the post-conciliar church, post-conciliar Catholic Church? Catholicism, as some specifically understood hierarchy as something established to serve a human person. The nature of the church authority is defined as moral authority. It is divided into the authority of teaching, sanctifying, and ruling, but this is explicitly defined authority. It is a subject of study for theologians and experts in the canon law. As a cultural anthropologist, I'm more concerned with the implicit power relations within the church. By implicit, I mean these relations which are not formally defined, but perceivable in what is called lived religion. I'm going to present various ways of reconciling defiance and subordinations by traditionalists. I analyzed them using Michel de Certeau's notion of social strategies and tactics. By strategy, Michel de Certeau meant power relations regulated by the agent within his own place. On the contrary, the tactic is a response to such strategy in a way unintended by its authors. To use a tactic means to employ possibilities found in the place of the other. I refer these notions to traditionalist competence in utilizing post-conciliar strategies of the church instead of rejecting them. My research began in January 2019 and is still ongoing. Initially, it was limited to participant observation and in-depth interviews with members of two groups in Warsaw, the Altar Boys, who create a kind of informal community in Warsaw, and an organization of young traditionalist men whose anonymity I would like to preserve now. Thus, I call them the guild in my presentation. Discovering their connections with other traditionalists all over Poland, I decided to broaden my research, encompassing another group of people connected with Inicjatywa Włodowicka Foundation, which organizes 3 events for Polish traditionalist milieu each year. Tradiclaro Montana, it is a pilgrimage to Częstochowa, Tradikolekcje, spiritual retreat, and Tradicamp, an integration event. I also regularly participate in the guild meetings as well as other traditionalist events in Warsaw. My informants are young people, usually under 30. Most of them are males, intellectual workers, university students, and also teenagers. And I would like to name these strategies of the church I mentioned. The first is lay involvement. Second Vatican Council laid particular stress on the role of laymen in the church and called on them and called the laity to broaden and intensify apostolic activity of the laymen. In the following decades, this call was implemented in numerous dimensions. Theology and spiritual literature became focused on problems such as family, youth, work, and there were more and more lay missionaries and more lay workers in the church administration. However, the most visible sign of lay apostolate are new ecclesial movements such as Neo-Catechumenal Way, Renewal and Holy Spirit, and so on. Each of them has its own spirituality and aesthetics, sometimes borrowed from other confessions, like from Orthodoxy or Pentecostal Protestantism or Judaism. They create an alternative for a territorial structure of the church, as they usually collect believers from different parishes, different dioceses, loosening ties with them. What is also specific to them, to these new movements, is the ecclesiology of communion, which assumes brotherly relationship between lay believers and clergy. The second is spiritual and liturgical pluralism. Spiritual pluralism leads to liturgical one because some elements of new movements, spirituality, is diffused to ordinary parochial masses. In consequence, we can often hear gospel singing, folk songs, and relics of Gregorian chants during one Catholic celebrations. The ordinary Catholic Mass now is some kind of hybrid. Although pluralism is commonly associated with liberty, my informants' experiences, my informants show that it may be also hierarchical and oppressive. They mention numerous examples of priests refusing to celebrate the Tridentine Mass in their parish without any explanations, but with negative emotional reaction instead. One of my informants told me about a parish priest who flew into Fari getting to know that a funeral mass someone ordered in his church was going to be celebrated in Tridentine Rite. And I heard a lot of such examples. There's no place to mention all of them. But even if traditionalists get permission or to organize a mass, I would like to remind that in the eye of the Holy See, they don't need to any permission, but Polish priests not always permit them to celebrate the mass, to organize the mass. Even if they get such permission, they are sometimes told that they should not invite other people, not publish information in the social media. It was the case of the Guild, the group I study, who was welcomed in one parish and allowed for organizing Tridentine liturgy, but only for them. Due to obstacles the priest made, they went to another parish. A new priest who was delegated to lead them refused to celebrate Tridentine Mass because he does not need it, but he allowed them to organize a meeting in a parochial room on the condition that they would involve somehow in parish life. They did not want to participate in the new Mass because they don't like it, but they regard they offered their involvement in other parochial worship instead. They led a rosary, served to different other worships. Nevertheless, the priest found it insufficient to prove their unity with the parish and continually forced them to participate in the new Mass. Their situation revealed that inequality inscribed in the liturgical pluralism. Their situation revealed an inequality inscribed in the liturgical pluralism. The expected involvement of laymen was rather an involvement previously defined by the clergymen than their own propositions.
We should move to the conclusions to have a short discussion, because at 12:20 we should start another session, and we should also have a room for coffee. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to conclusions. We can also see some the strategy of reduction of symbolic power manifestations. I try to rapidly say what I mean. I mean, for example, that the custom of kissing priests' hands almost completely disappeared. Kissing bishop's ring is preserved, but less and less common. Sorry, this is a bishop of Rome who refused to kiss his ring. My informants complained about bishops who did not allow them to kiss his ring. Seeing such bishop, and this would be a conclusion, seeing such bishop, one may regard that he depreciates his higher status and wants to be in more egalitarian relation with laymen. He seems to prefer being treated as an ordinary person. Nevertheless, my informants' intention in such situations, it's not to honor a person, but his apostolic dignity. Kissing a bishop's ring is important for their identity as followers of the apostles' successors. Depriving them of this possibility is a real act of power. It unveils more social distance than the ritual act they desire. Refusing the latter did not limit authority, but shifted it from institutional to personal dimensions. The tactics of traditionalists are establishing communities based on traditional lay services, traditionalization of new rite of the Mass. Because of liturgical pluralism, they are able to put their traditional elements to this hybrid, liturgical hybrid. They also have a tactic they call a liturgical guerrilla. It means that they gain liturgical knowledge on their own, and they become able to organize masses on their own, which results in very highly emotional, negative reaction of parish priests. And to sum up, the Second Vatican Council reformers wanted to break up with triumphalism and monarchical style of the church. Indeed, in the following decades, we can see a reduction of the symbolic power and status manifestations in the clergyman way of being, as well as in the liturgy. However, traditionalist difficult relationship with the clergy shows that what was veiled under these manifestations was not reduced, but transformed. The higher status of the clergy did not cease to be higher when its ritual representation was limited. On the contrary, without such representation, which obligate both the layman and the priest, it is easier to transform the institutional authority into the authority of the individual. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Because we are running out of time, let's just gather some questions, and we will have then, and let's not start the next debate at 12:20. So now let's gather some questions. If somebody would like to address.
I can start if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I've got two questions. One is one regarding the number of masses you showed, and the growing number of masses in this traditional way you showed on the one of the first slides. That and there is a significant rise from like 5 in 2007 to 45 in 2019. So can you perhaps try to give some explanation of this rise? How would you explain this phenomena? That's one question. And the second question, can you tell us a little bit about your empirical approach, your methodology? You mentioned that you used participant observation. Did you also carried out some interviews with these people, or it was just? I just wanted to have a little bit of the background of your approach. Thanks.
Okay, if there are any other questions. Okay, then I was wondering if you can make us, if you can tell us how your research integrates probably with other similar researches in the region. For example, and not coming from the power relations, but maybe like similar research, I don't know, regarding Orthodox Church, or there is now a revitalization of some like new faith, new religious faith in maybe in a populist or I don't know radical form. So is there any, are you integrated in a field of similar researches, or you just relate to research of anthropological research of power relations? So this would be it. If you can take and you can answer in like 1 or 2 minutes, I think we will be grateful.
Okay. As far as the development of the movement is concerned, I think that it is much because of social media development, and there often there are very young people who expand their liturgical knowledge with the media, with the open access, with the Allegro or eBay, where they can buy old liturgical books, which they can learn from. This rapid movement is based on very young people involvement. And they share this knowledge in such mainly on the social media. which is kind of underground way for the church hierarchy. The default way is to go to seminary, become a priest, and know how to serve a liturgy. In traditionalist movement, where people want to kiss priests' hands, it is not peculiar when teenagers teach the priest how to serve the mass. It is normal for them, and there are a lot of examples of that. So I think that this involvement of the youth is some explanation of the rapid movement. As far as my methods are concerned, yes, I do in-depth interviews with the groups I mentioned. I do participate observation, especially at their meetings in parishes, different events they organize, retreats, and so on and so on. As far as the relation to the other religious study, my research is still ongoing, and I in the near future I have to relate to studies not only in the Catholic zone, but also with the study of the different the other denominations, mainly because my institute is strongly concerned on the Orthodox Church or on the Eastern Christianity. So it would be some kind of obligatory for them. But what I want to say, I have not do that yet. But earlier I studied the old believers in the Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So I will refer to studies of the Eastern Christianity also.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let's. So now we will move to the refugee debate, which it's going to be led by Ivona. I see that the participants are already here. Natalia, Nora, and Mikołaj. So let's meet at 12:20. Would it be okay for espresso? Okay, so I'm sorry for being late, but I think it was worth it. So 12:20, and we start. Thank you very much. If any of the presenters wants to see if their presentations are working, so feel free to use this time for making an exercise.
Okay. So I hope you managed to have a quick espresso, and we are back. And right now we move to our next panel session on which is going to be devoted to the refugee crisis. And we have a special guest with us. I wanted to welcome very much Natasha Zun from London School of Economics, who is an expert in migration studies. Nora Stell from Randbaum University, who specializes in conflict and refugee crisis and the government on forced displacement in Middle East. And Mikołaj Pawlak, our third guest in the panel, who is studying together also with Adriana, our co-organizer, who is studying who is specializing in ignorance studies, especially related to the crisis in the European Union related to the governance of asylum seeker. And thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And I think we will start in this order as planned. So so the first speaker will be Natasha Zhang. Hello, Natasha, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hello, thanks. So we'll start with you, and then we have 1 hour for debate. So I guess, is it 15 minutes for your presentation? So we have enough time, the last 15 minutes for Q&A session roundabout. Okay, thank you.
Super. Yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity to present here today, and also to meet you, although it's obviously only online, but I think it's a nice opportunity. And my apologies for not having been able to join earlier. We are back to online teaching and kind of back to term, so there are lots of meetings also related to COVID now, but I will join for the rest of today. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. I hope you can see everything. This is, okay, presentation, beginning. Okay, so this paper is about essentially the changed role of Southern and Central Eastern European member states in the common European asylum system, so in EU policies on asylum. And it actually fits quite nicely into, even better than I thought, into the workshop today, because it actually does talk about unintended consequences as well. And so I recently submitted to a journal, but feedback is still very welcome, actually, and probably very useful, because you're much more experts on Central Eastern Europe than I am. So the motivation and the puzzle kind of that was the starting point for this paper is that so we've now seen, as you will see in this table, there have been 3 phases of EU policymaking in asylum. There was the first phase from 2000 to 2004, then a second phase from 2008 to 2013, and then a third phase, which is essentially sometimes called the post-crisis phase of 2016. And while there was a lot of actually institutional change between the first and the second phase, initially this was actually an area which was very much dealt with intergovernmentally. Since 2008, it's a policymaking area that's very similar to the most integrated areas of EU policymaking, such as the market, for example. And of course, also in the second phase, there were 10 member states that had joined the EU. But what is quite interesting is that if you compare the first 2 phases with the third phase, it's actually the third phase where you see most of the changes in the negotiation dynamics. And I'm here looking at kind of different behavior of member states, which is also taken kind of from the literature. There are the countries that are perhaps very keen on policies in this area, so that the pacemakers that kind of put forward policies and push for them. And that has changed very much from initially only being really a small group of member states from the Northwest with the traditional asylum recipient countries in Europe. And now we see in 2016, we see that actually also Southern European member states that are not really very active previously have become quite active in this. So they are also now pacemakers. Then when it comes to the group of countries that don't really care, the fence sitters, that has also changed quite significantly over time. In the beginning, it was really essentially everybody but these pacemakers from the north. Then when the 10 member states joined in 2004, there were actually, these countries became fence sitters. They didn't really care so much about asylum because it was not really a policy. I mean, they didn't really receive a lot of asylum seekers previously. But that group has actually shrunk again recently. And for the first time, we have a group of countries that really very much oppose EU policies on asylum. And that's an interesting mix of countries, including Austria, the Vyřichovská countries, and Italy is playing an interesting role. And I will talk about this later. So essentially, the question that I'm addressing is, why are the negotiations between the member states in the Council of the European Union, why are these dynamics so fundamentally different between the first phase and the second phase on the one hand, and on the other hand, the third phase? Why have we seen these changes? And the theories that I draw upon for this are essentially two theories. One, the core state power framework, which is from EU studies more generally, and I later then combine it with research on bounded rationality, also to address some of the shortcomings of the core state power framework. So what the core state power framework essentially says that EU policy making in areas of core state powers, and asylum would be a core state power in the sense that granting asylum really has to do with kind of granting access to territory and rights, and that's usually something that the kind of sovereign nation state does. And policy making from the EU side in this area is usually very different from policy making, let's say, in the market, because it's so sovereignty relevant. And so countries are usually not really keen to delegate sovereignty to the EU in these areas. And so the only thing that the EU then can do is try to have kind of adopt regulation, obviously with the support of member states, to harness national capacities. So you would rather have some kind of, let's say, a form of harmonization of policies, national policies, than an EU agency telling member states what to do in a certain area. And the core state power framework then also says, okay, that often leads to suboptimal outcomes because there's harmonization of policies, but in the end, countries still implement very differently. And so there's no actual integration happening. And then at a later point, we have to take that up and reform it. And that's kind of the failing forward argument in EU studies. And I think that's very much something that we see in asylum as well, where implementation is really an issue. And so to overcome these problems, the EU would then, according to the core state power framework, have to adopt EU level capacity, so something like an agency, and actual redistributive policies, although these policies will always already have redistributive implications, but again, this wouldn't necessarily work. And so what they usually say, what Genschel and Jachtenfuchs in this framework say, this only happens in situations of crisis. But that's obviously not really, it doesn't really allow for, let's say, explaining policy change, because I mean, does every crisis lead to change? Not necessarily. And so that's why I draw also on bounded rationality from Jones and Baumgartner, where they essentially say, okay, governments never really have the full picture. They do update the information over time. They obviously base their policy making on some kind of indexes that they build, but they are usually very kind of ad hoc and not really based on all the information available. And then additionally, governments also update their positions depending on, for example, voter preferences that might change over time. And for example, if there is a populist government in power, maybe voter preferences that got them there are already very different from, let's say, a more kind of left-leaning government. Okay, so that's it kind of for the theory. In terms of methods and data, it's a within-case comparison. I compare on the one hand, first and second phase of EU asylum policies with the third phase. And I engage in qualitative content analysis and process tracing, of which we don't see much in the presentation, but that's essentially what the paper was based on. And the data is EU documents, especially from the Council and the European Council. So really kind of the member states, and then interviews conducted over time, in total 57 interviews, also some from earlier research that I did on this. Okay. So kind of now coming to the findings. And indeed, we see that EU asylum policies are redistributive policies in the shape of regulation. And so there are essentially two types of policymaking in asylum policies. There is on the one hand, harmonization of asylum policies, and then there is Dublin, which is also trying kind of to redistribute asylum seekers. And the whole idea of this, and this is also something you can see a lot in policy documents, is essentially to redistribute asylum seekers from traditional recipient countries in the Northwest to countries with low levels of asylum seekers, at least traditionally in the South and in Central Eastern Europe. And so the idea is policy harmonization will prevent people from eventually kind of moving from the South and the East to the North, because it's equally nice, let's say, in Greece than in Sweden. And Dublin, there the idea is really that border countries take the responsibility for asylum seekers that they have let onto the Schengen territory. But in 2016-15, we have seen that this did not work. There were still secondary movements from border countries to some northern countries, because harmonization was not really enforced. And the South was not able, and also did not really have a lot of incentives to implement Dublin, because it was really overwhelmed with a lot of applications. And so kind of the conclusion that member states took from this is, okay, we need better enforcement through an asylum agency, so kind of better enforcement of the harmonization, and then solidarity through a revised solidarity distribution scheme in Dublin. And so if we look at the first and the second phase, again, I mean, there we've really seen, as I said previously, the Northwest were the pacemakers, everybody else was fence sitters. They didn't really feel affected by EU legislation, because they essentially said, okay, we have not a lot of EU, or we don't have a lot of asylum legislation, we're not traditional or recipient countries, so we don't need this. It doesn't really it doesn't affect us. And that's something that will change this perception over time. Also, especially the South accepted a lot of policies that were not really able to implement. And the Central Eastern European member states were also actually quite open to accepting a lot of policies, because they had already accepted many of them as kind of part of taking over the acquis when joining the EU. And especially, for example, Poland, I think, had designed its asylum system very much around, I think, the Austrian asylum system, because there were lots of kind of twinning projects going on. And you could really see in the beginning, okay, South and East did not really act as distinct groups, but that's changing in the recent reform, and that's kind of the focus now of the presentation. So in summer 2018, the reform, the new reform was deadlocked. There was a Bulgarian proposal on the Dublin regulation, and essentially the kind of big, let's say, a controversy was around the package approach. So on the one hand, the package consisted of a responsibility bit, which is essentially about an agency that then really kind of enforces policies, and a solidarity package, which is about kind of Dublin and redistributing asylum seekers. And the Northwest wanted the responsibility bit, so border countries finally implementing EU policies. They were not actually opposed to solidarity anymore, because there was some information updating going on. Initially, they were always, I mean, in previous phases, were very much opposed to giving solidarity to border countries, but they noticed that if they didn't do that, then asylum seekers would relocate and kind of engage in, or self-relocate and engage in secondary movements. So there was some learning going on among these countries. In the South, now they became pace setters really on solidarity. And they didn't give up on this, which is quite new. Previously, they would always say in the end, okay, yeah, if you don't agree, then we don't do this. But they have also learned that what could actually happen to them if they don't, let's say, fight for more solidarity. And so these countries also said, okay, we're not going to give up on solidarity, and we're not going to agree to any responsibility elements, let's say the agencies, unless everybody else agrees to more solidarity. So that's kind of bit part of the deadlock. And then for the Central Eastern European member states, I mean, they're not keen on solidarity, neither solidarity nor responsibility, because they actually benefit very much from the status quo. And there was also probably some information updating going on. because they were also aware what it actually meant, or what agreeing to policies that led to redistribution eventually had meant for border countries in the crisis in 2015. So yeah, they are also not really keen on any policy. But interestingly, those member states that really blocked policies in the end were not necessarily all Central Eastern European member states, but on the one hand, the Visegrad countries, and on the other hand, Italy, which is also interesting because Italy plays a very interesting role in this. So they are very vocal. And my argument is that that has to do also, obviously, with those countries having partly populist governments that benefit also electorally from the deadlock. So obviously for the four countries, and they are very diverse, I'm aware of this, but for them, especially, let's say for Hungary, there was not necessarily much to gain from accepting additional asylum seekers, especially, for example, when Orban had said a lot that that the EU wanted to kind of impose adopting or taking additional asylum seekers onto Hungary. I mean, that's essentially saying, okay, we now give in to the EU. Also, some other Eurosceptic countries, again, might have problems with really agreeing to something that the EU set up. And then for Italy, on the one hand, they had fought quite a lot for this solidarity instrument in Dublin, but in the end, they said, oh, it's not going far enough. And the observers that I interviewed said essentially, okay, that was more or less a strategy that Salvini, the Italian interior minister, had used to keep the problem alive in Italy. So on the one hand, obviously, you say you want more solidarity, you bring that to the EU level, but then you actually undermine the adoption of this solidarity instrument. Then there is still kind of a perceived migration crisis, and who benefits the most from this? That's obviously the Lega. And that was particularly important because at the time elections were coming up in Italy. Okay, so yeah, that's essentially this. And then to conclude, so integration, the common European asylum system has shifted from regulating national capacities really to a physical redistribution of asylum seekers and EU level capacity, which has really then kind of politicized the process and also led to some information updating among member states, especially among those that initially were not so, didn't really consider this a priority for themselves. The regulatory approach had helped to depoliticize the policymaking, but but it also didn't really work. And what you see also is that member states have, and that really applies to all member states in the area of asylum policies, have a very instrumental approach to EU integration and even kind of to calling up to have more solidarity in a way, because it always, so countries change their positions quite a lot depending on where they are on the redistribution of asylum seekers. If it benefits then they push for more integration. If it doesn't benefit to them, then they don't want more EU involvement. And I think that's something that's perhaps not studied so much more generally in EU policy making, is really the impact of populist governments. And I think there we see that really they don't always follow the same logic. So, and I think Italy is a very instructive example of this, playing in a way a two-level game and trying to, on the one hand, pretending to push for more or for a European solution on solidarity, but on the other hand, not really undermining the decision in the end and contributing to deadlock. Okay, thank you. I think you're muted.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for your presentation. That was very disciplined and very coherent. And I think we are going to have this panel in such a way that all presenters will give the presentation first, and then we'll have a roundabout of questions and answers from the listeners, from the public. So now our next guest, Nora Still, and her presentation is going to be based on her book. So Nora, do you are you with us? Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm here.
Start with your yeah. Okay. Hi. Do you want to? Do you have a presentation, like a slide presentation? Okay.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. How to do this? Is this working in this way?
Yes.
Can
yeah,
you?
it's working. Yeah.
Great. So, it's the first time I'm on Zoom. Can you believe it? But so far it's been all different kind of online modalities. Let me put on the timer because I need some self-disciplining here. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's really an interesting opportunity for me to learn a bit more about of the work of other people working on this kind of interface between refugee studies and ignorance studies. So I'll be talking today about my book project, which has the same title as my presentation, well, what I've heard so far is really interesting, especially because I'm also kind of implicitly grappling with this question of what is intended, what is unintended, how to conceptualize that, how to prove it. So I'm really interested in this. Unfortunately, I can't be participating in as many as the sessions as I would like to, also due to teaching, as Natasha also indicated. So but at least it's great to be part of this panel. What I hope to do in the 15 minutes that I have is, well, it's a whole book. So it's going to be inevitably kind of a summary of that. I want to say something about why I studied the question of refugee governance in Lebanon and what that has to do with ignorance, apart from my own ignorance of the topic in the beginning. And then just, I think, really present the main framework or the main conclusions of the thesis of the book, and then dwell a little bit more on the link with ignorance studies, because I think that's what's kind of tying us together conceptually. And then I'm really looking forward to discussion. That's going to be great. So why studying refugee governance in Lebanon? Well, governance is particularly interesting to study in Lebanon because, I mean, there's a whole lecture to be held there. There's no time, but it's a particularly complex and very interesting political system, sectarian consociationalism based on hybrid state and non-state authorities. So governance in general is particularly interesting there. Studying refugee governance there is even more interesting because Lebanon is the country with the highest per capita number of refugees in the world today. There's an estimated 1.5 million Syrian refugees in Lebanon, as well as an estimated 200,000 Palestinian refugees. And these are also the two refugee communities that I'll be talking about a bit more now. So my research specifically focused, it was two different projects, a PhD project which focused on the relations between informal or the self-proclaimed leaders of informal refugee settlements of Palestinian communities around Sur, so Tyre here, and then a postdoc project that studied basically the similar question of the relations between local authorities of Syrian refugees and local Lebanese authorities in informal settlements around Zahle here in the Bekaa Valley. And I think it's insightful to share a bit with, you know, where does the ignorance come into the story of refugee governance. Well, when I started doing my research of Palestinian refugee communities, it soon became clear that these relations between Lebanese state authorities and Palestinian refugee authorities were very informal, very irregular, very ad hoc, very politicized. And all of that surprised me at first, because I thought these people have been here for 70 years. This could have been more regulated, which is of course a very naive kind of Weberian fiction to begin with. But it was interesting because some of my interlocutors also made that observation, and they pointed out that kind of the continuing informality and exceptionalism that they face as a community was not entirely contingent or structural, that this also served purposes of both Lebanese and Palestinian authorities that were supposedly representing them. So this is a citation that really got me thinking of a Lebanese, Palestinian youth leader who said, the situation here of what we can expect, who we can turn to, what our rights are, it's totally clouded and unclear. And it's meant to be cloudy. We're not supposed to understand this. And then a Palestinian legal analyst basically said something similar, saying there is no official Lebanese responsibility for Palestinians on any level, and it's intended to be vague. And the main gist here is that by not making any formal rules, by not having any formal mandates or any formal authorities recognized, this creates a lot of discretionary power that works in the benefits of authorities on both sides and not to the benefit of the refugee communities. So that was kind of an inductive thing that came up in my PhD research. I never set out to study this, but it did resonate at the time with the stories of the Lebanese response to the Syrian refugee crisis, where the term "no policy" was one of the buzzwords, especially in the beginning, and that really resonated with what I found with Palestinian refugees. So in the follow-up project, I studied this a bit more deductively and looked at, okay, in this context where there is no policy, what does that mean for the relations between Syrian representatives of informal refugee communities and Lebanese authorities? And I found that basically, well, there was a first period of no policy making at all. And then that was remedied, but there was a kind of a negative policy making based on what they called a set of no's. So they said, there's no refugees. There were refugees, 1.5 million, but we just don't call them refugees. We don't give them refugee status, so we don't have to deal with them. Then they said there's no camps, that's the second no. They were all self-settled, which basically meant abandoned. And then again, that ignored the fact that there were thousands of informal camps, as you can also see on this picture, but they had no formal status. They were not UN camps, they were not state camps. So again, they could be disregarded or ignored. And then there was a third no, saying these people have no representatives, which was basically deliberately kept that way by authorities who did not recognize informal leaders and imposed, in fact, securitized intelligence interaction between refugee communities and local state authorities. And here, this resulted in confusion, frustration, insecurity, uncertainty with refugees. I'm not gonna read this out loud. This is of course a big no-no, this long quote on a slide. But it is to indicate that refugees have no idea what they need to do, for instance, in this case, to get a formal refugee status. And that also the authorities that are supposedly guiding them there have no idea either of what that should look like. And then it's not just refugees who are ignorant or stupid or whatever who don't get it. It's also the supposed humanitarian experts that really don't understand what the policy is supposed to be about, as this citation shows. So all of this resulted in confusion and unpredictability. Unclear policies, uncertain governance situations, irregular institutions were kind of the basic characteristic of the way that Lebanon governs Syrian and Palestinian refugees. So that became kind of the key interest for my book project. How and why does this uncertainty emerge? And there's various reasons, of course, there are always various reasons. Some people claim that's just because refugees don't get it. They're complex, intricate systems, but refugees don't understand them. I don't think I have to elaborate on why that's very unconvincing. Then the other thesis is, of course, that the very fact of displacement, conflict-induced displacement, inevitably and inherently creates confusion, chaos, unpredictability, which is definitely true. On top of that, refugees are often hosted, as is the case in Lebanon, by countries with a lot of institutional problems, weak capacity to deal with any governance challenge, let alone such a big refugee crisis, which is also certainly true. But the thesis of my book is that that's not all of it, that this unpredictability and uncertainty are also kept in place, sometimes strategically, because it serves clear interests of ruling elites in dealing with refugees. And I've tried to conceptualize that as well, apart from showing it through a lot of vignettes and case studies. So what my book aims to do is offer a kind of a heuristic framework of how such institutional ambiguity that refugees face, what it looks like. And then there's a focus on 3 dimensions: informality, so the fact that refugee status, refugee shelter, and refugee representatives are often deliberately not recognized by state institutions. Doesn't mean they don't engage with them, but they don't engage with them in an official, formal way. Similarly, or this is often done under a guise of liminality, so to deliberately keep in place the temporariness of the refugee presence, even when this is extremely protected, with, as is the case with Palestinian refugees. The excuse of continuing informality is that this is, in essence, a liminal temporary situation. And then that results in exceptionalism on a legal and spatial front, where refugees are excluded from any formal governance system. Oh, wrong way. So how does that emerge? So I've been interested also to theorize, like, how does such institutional ambiguity come to be? And I think it's 2 main things. It's, on the one hand, governance inaction, policy inaction, simply not making policies, not acting on policies, but also ambiguous action. So producing confusing through vague mandates, vague formulations, incomplete and inconsistent policies, partial and arbitrary implementation. I'll say a bit more about that. And then the question of, what does that mean then? Well, this results, or it helps authorities, as I show in the book, in 3 main ways. It helps, it produces the kind of uncertainty and fundamental confusion that helps control refugees. It undermines concerted agency and collective action to mobilize against the situation that they're in, the vulnerability that is imposed on them. At the same time, it enables exploitation. It creates a lot of discretionary power because refugees are excluded from their rights and therefore are totally at the mercy of different kind of Lebanese authorities, whether they are landlords, employers, or political authorities in any aspect of life. And it importantly also enables expulsion, in the sense that all of these measures are also very much in line with the Lebanese authorities' discourse that return of refugees is the key priority of any policy that they make. So a politics of uncertainty then produces a form of institutional ambiguity that manufactures vulnerability to help authorities control, exploit, and expel refugees. That sounds very simple and clean, and of course that's not the entire story. There's a lot of disclaimers to be made with regard to the political system in Lebanon, and a lot of these forms of inaction and ambiguous action are actually contingent on that system and not particular to refugee governance. But so we're not talking about some kind of masterminded chaos here, but it is my thesis in the book to show that part of this is indeed strategic and aligns with the stated and unstated interests of these elites. I was gonna give an example of how that works. I think I'm gonna skip it with an eye to the time, but we can always come back to that during the discussion, I think, to give a bit more feeling of how this mechanism works. But I want to also say something about where the ignorance studies actually comes into this, because confusion and uncertainty are not the same, obviously, as ignorance. But drawing on ignorance studies, specifically on agnotology, my idea of a politics of uncertainty sees institutional ambiguity as a particular form of epistemic politics, namely agnopolitics. It's a term coined by Davies and colleagues in discussing European governance of refugees, actually. And that works then in 2 ways, drawing on Lindsay McGui's work, offensive ignorance on the one hand. So imposing this uncertainty and informality on refugees and those trying to help them and those trying to represent them is imposing a form of not knowing or unknowing on them through absent policies, through vague formulations, and through unpredictable implementations that make that refugees cannot claim their rights, are subject to discretionary power, and cannot collectively plan and mobilize against. Well, they don't know what against, and that's exactly the point. But interestingly, imposing such unknowing is not is also often done through defensive ignorance. So it's not just authorities saying, well, we know the rules, but we're not going to share them with you, so you're confused and can't organize. It's a bit more complicated because they themselves, authorities themselves, often claim uncertainty and not knowing themselves. They feign and maintain their own ignorance to legitimize the no policies that they impose on refugees. For instance, by creating vague mandates that allow them that kind of blur responsibility and accountability, by de facto outsourcing and decentralizing, that has the same effect, and by undermining and contesting the generation and production of information. For instance, in Lebanon, because there is no refugee registration and because the UN is not allowed to register refugees, there is no undisputed number of Syrian refugees. Authorities don't know officially how many people there are, and arguably they don't want to know because it's very convenient for them to be able to use different numbers vis-a-vis different audiences. I can also elaborate on that a bit more. I'd be really interested, and this is kind of the last part of my book. I also try to extend this thesis a bit beyond refugees and a bit beyond Lebanon, because I think it's very similar dynamics can be seen in Europe. But let's discuss that more. My main point here is that the informality, liminality, and exceptionalism that refugees face in Lebanon in terms of status, shelter, and representation, they are, yes, contingent on displacement itself. They are contingent on the institutional weakness of the host state, but they're also strategically reproduced to serve state authorities' aims in terms of control and return, and also their unstated interest in terms of exploitation. Thanks a lot for your time and attention, and I'm looking forward to the next presentation.
Thank you, Nora, so much. This ignorance studies which have been developed for the last decade or so in social sciences, it's I think it's been so, this tool it's so useful, and I guess the refugees crisis and asylum seeker crisis is one of the territories which proves how insightful using the ignorance approach might be, among many other territories. And Mikołaj Pawlak from the University of Warsaw is going to carry on the subject of ignorance, I think. So so it's time for you, Mikołaj, to start your presentation. And as with the previous speakers, you also have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I'm struggling with sharing my screen, but I hope to be successful.
You are successful.
I'm successful. And can you hear me properly?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to present is actually an outcome of a work of not only me, but of 4 authors. And the first one is Adriana Mica, who also happens to be organizer of this workshop, but it is also work of Anna Horolec and Paweł Kubicki. And what I'm going to present, well, I'm not going to present a book, but it's very much built on 2 chapters of the book, which we just learned last week, that was moved into production in the same series as Nora's book, Routledge Research in Ignorance Studies. It's going to be titled Ignorance and Change, Anticipatory Knowledge, and the European Refugee Crisis. And the book is an outcome of the research project we actually started in 2015, when so-called refugee crisis started in Europe. I will later tell you why we say so-called crisis, because it's an important part of our research, where we are tackling how the certain event is constructed as a crisis or something else, or it is contested not to be a crisis, or some actors claim that it should be called otherwise. Okay, so the structure of the presentation is, first I will tell you just a bit about ignorance studies, how we are perceiving it. It was already very much presented by Nora in her presentation. And now I will tell you about our research context, then I will theorize a bit about crises, how important the anticipatory knowledge and belief that crisis leads to change is important when the crises are constructed. And then I will give you some snapshots of the results of our study, which hopefully will lead us to some conclusions about the connections between ignorance, policy, crises, knowledge, yes, and this interplay between knowledge and ignorance. So yeah, ignorance studies is becoming a thing for the last 10 years or so. But the problem is that it's really hard to provide a proper definition of ignorance. Yes, right? If you define what ignorance is, then actually it's not an ignorance. So when I think what ignorance is, I like this analogy of black matter from astrophysics or whatever. I'm not expert in astrophysics, but it's something which is not a matter. So ignorance is not a knowledge. Yes, in very common sense belief, ignorance is a kind of anti-knowledge, but actually it's a twin of it. It always goes together with knowledge. And so actually, as much we expand our knowledge, we also expand our ignorance. And what we believe and what's our contribution to theorize about ignorance is that so far, ignorance studies were very much preoccupied with all sorts of categorizations or taxonomies of ignorance. So what is the difference between known unknowns and unknown unknowns? There were new terms introduced like unknown knowns and so on. Yeah. Of course, Lindsay McGee brought this very powerful notion of strategic ignorance, which was already discussed by Nora, how actors purposively deal with ignorance of other actors or present themselves as not knowing something. In our approach, we would prefer to focus, to make like a new step to focus on what ignorance does. Not what ignorance is, but what ignorance does, how it is interacting with other social processes, how it is mobilized in a situation of crisis, and how projecting the future involves ignoring alternative courses of the future. So our research context is, as I said, so-called 2015 European refugee crisis and its aftermath, but we focus on 3 countries from the Central Eastern Europe, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. In both countries, we made media content analysis. Here are the details. I'm not going to go into details, what period, what outlets we were analyzing, but we're looking for the media representations of refugees and the crisis. We also analyzed policy documents because it was a hot debate between the member states and the European Union institutions, as beautifully presented in Natasha Zauni. This discussion about reforming common European asylum system is going on for many years, but this period gave it a new momentum. And we also in each of the 3 countries conducted interviews with key actors for the local or national, let's say, asylum policy field. So there were not people making decisions on the ministerial level. There are also not people actually working directly with refugees. Also, in some cases there were, but rather the people in the middle of the hierarchy. Yeah, so people employed with expert knowledge, analyzing documents, translating the political decisions in the actual policy implementation. What's interesting in these 3 countries, obviously Hungary was a country through which quite large number of refugees in 2015 walked through or traveled by other means of transportation. It was part of so-called Balkan route. Poland was not a scene of any events. Romania was at some point preparing, because there was a short period when people believed that people were not only crossing the Mediterranean Sea, but there will be another route from Turkey through Black Sea established. But actually Poland and Romania were involved in the crisis situation only as a member states to which refugees were supposed to be relocated, thanks to the mechanism developed by the European Union institutions in order to manage a crisis somehow. And so different situation of these countries, but that's why we have, I think, quite strong evidence for in this ongoing debate if crisis is something real or if crisis is something socially constructed. In all these three countries, a lot of social actors believe that they're taking part in the crisis. Yes, even if the real events were quite far from them, thanks to the media construction of the situation, thanks to the political struggles, engagement of various actors, the crisis was actually perceived as something going on here also. Okay, let's have a short discussion about the key notions we are using. So crisis for us is a large-scale unexpected event which is perceived to be consequential. So what is very important in our definition of crisis is that usually during the crisis situation, people believe that after such a large-scale event, some large changes will come. And I think we can, if we resonate to the current situation of coronavirus pandemics, we have all these ongoing debates how the economy or social life will look after it. And there is a huge production of these projections of the future. Yes, and it was, of course, on the smaller scale happening in 2015, especially in the field of asylum policy. There was a lot of production, how it's going to be reformed, how the social situation is going to change, how the policies regarding the migration in European countries needs to be different. And so we call this, after Mica, this preoccupation with projections about the future, hyper-projectivity, and crises are sides of a hyper-projectivity. So all people in the modern era are preoccupied with the future, but crisis is a moment which when we are even more thinking about how the future is going to look like. And what we found out, and that's the notion we are bringing to this discussion, is that quite often some of these projections of future are becoming reified. Yes, we are in the current situation, but we construct the future we believe is going to be certain. And it allows us to ignore other projections, other possible alternative futures. The reification of future also has this even emotional component. It allows political mobilization. Yes, so sometimes we see future which is reified, and it is used by populist politicians in order to fearmonger and say, we have to do everything to avoid this kind of future. Or sometimes the future, when it becomes so institutionalized, people do not see any alternative for it. It is taken for granted, and all the social actors are implementing this future. So it a bit resembles the mechanism of self-fulfilling prophecy as defined by Robert Merton many years ago. Okay, so let's go to the empirical part. What's a bit contrary to what we see in the literature on framing refugees in our studies, that in many studies it is shown that representation of refugees, and especially the refugee crisis by media, was creating more confusion, ambiguity, and dissonance. And actually we have this perspective that it's not only, well, partially, of course, it is producing confusion, but it's also producing some certainty and neglecting the uncertainty. It's providing reified projections how the future is going to look like. Sometimes the future, of course, is going to be these dark scenarios, especially in Hungary and Poland in 2015, very much the fact that in Western European countries, the terrorist attack was associated with the refugees crossing the Mediterranean Sea. So it was constructed as a common phenomena under this umbrella of a refugee crisis. So this is what we found in the analysis of media in Poland, Romania, and Hungary, that actually media, together with politicians who were present in media outlets, were producing the belief how the future will look like, or how it very probably would look like, and it's calling for some action to do something about this future. And just one example, because with content media analysis, it's always risky to get into the details. A bit of a context, this gentleman is a prominent Polish politician, believed to be one of the spin doctors of the party which is now ruling our country. And this statement was given just 1 month before the election. And he was very much involved in fear-mongering about the possible threats of refugees coming to Poland. And of course, in his production of a future, according to which at some point, as a consequence of the European Union projects to relocate refugees, there will be 500,000 of people in Poland coming from Middle East. There were some grammatical devices saying it would be, it's possible, but on the other hand, the whole construction is giving you numbers, is providing you even with the laws, let's say laws about multiplication of people and so on. So of course, this is just to illustrate, but that kind of a discourse was producing how the future is going to look like, and it created a condition for the policy action of various institutions which were supposed to manage the crisis, or were simply managing the, let's say, regular inflows of refugees to Poland. This table is also a bit complicated, but it's the purpose of showing it to you is to say that before the so-called crisis, the asylum policies, and it resonates with what was presented by Natasha, was run in the 3 countries in the shadows. Actually, no one was interested. It was not a topic of the public debate. Poland, Hungary, and Romania were, as you called it, fence-sitters. Yes, and of course, there was a lot of expert knowledge produced about it in the field, but it was not reaching the level of interest even over a vice minister or so on. But the crisis revealed the phenomena, and the fact that it was constructed as a crisis made the changes in the policies. Even if the details of the policies were not changed, the organizations implementing them, they had to adjust to the new reified futures and start changing their actions. So Poland behaved in a very tricky way. It never formally abandoned the system of relocation of refugees, but it never fulfilled its pledges. Hungary openly contested the system, and Romania was accepting the system, although it accepted quite small number of refugees. But as in Romania, the story became mediatized, but it never became politicized. It was not an issue of a political conflict. So they continue their role as a fence-sitter. Yes, but the Poland and Hungary changed their position, and yes, now we can. I like this name, feed draggers. Yes, feed draggers. Is it? I hope that I remembered correctly. Yes, so they use the situation on the political level of European debates to become more active and to present them as agenting somehow present them as agenting in drafting the European policy. Also, although this presenting of being agenting was mostly targeting the internal audiences. Okay, so this is how the situation changed, and it was connected with the playing with ignoring and knowing about the future. What we know from the interviews with the participants of the 3 national asylum systems, ignorance affects the processes of projection and anticipatory knowledge. So that there are this reified future, or the futures which are believed to be very likely, and there are also these unattainable futures. And they are, in our case, they were produced by the experts or practitioners of the field who were believing how the future action might turn out. But due to the mechanisms of production of ignorance on the field level, or also on the level of the public debate, there were silence, and the knowledge how to accommodate refugees coming to Hungary or how to accommodate the refugees if they would be relocated to Poland, never left the organizations which are involved in the field. Yes, there were also employed some more drastic tools in order to silence some organizations. In case of Hungary and Poland, it was the cutting the finance for non-governmental organizations who were not only helping the refugees, but they were also representing the voice of refugee welcome. Yes, so the real material action which is leading to ignorance, simply cutting the resources for someone who is producing the alternative knowledge. So what we knew before, it's an element from which we construct the future, but also what we ignored now and what we are ignoring in the past is an element of the construction, how we are going to believe the future course of action is going to look like. And the dynamics of these three elements always involves ignoring and knowing, and is consequential for how the situation is going to look like. So to conclude this short presentation, some of the conclusions are really, let's say, trivial. So yes, crises are socially constructed. You can believe that you're in the middle of the crisis, even if the events are not happening here. And of course, I'm not saying that the people were not suffering or not crossing the sea, but when we talk about social construction, we talk about the frames used by media to present it and the narratives and all these linguistic tools in order, thanks to which we discuss about certain situation. Crises are signs of hyper-projectivity, so it's the moment when we really believe that something huge is going to happen. And maybe one important remark, after the crises fade away or stop happening, where actors notice that there is no real change, yes, they start contesting the fact that there was a crisis before. And I think we are also in that situation, yes, because the common asylum European system actually was not changed so much. Everyone in the 2015 was believing we are finished with Dublin system, we need some new formula. And now you see, and was presented by Natasha in beautiful details, that there are still going discussions about crafting some details, but we also started believing that there was no real crisis. There were some events, dramatic events, but and this is that retrospective reconstructing the crisis situation as not a crisis, because we do not see any, let's say, real change, but the changes are there. Yes, this is only our expectation that crisis as a huge event is going to bring a huge event. Yes, sometimes they're bringing just small events. And also what is small and what is large event is also a subject of social construction. Projecting the future involves ignoring alternative futures. So it is quite complicated process of social construction of knowledge. And this is very interesting kind of knowledge, because it's not a knowledge about something which is there, but which is knowledge about something which is going to be there. But the future which finally becomes reified sets conditions for action, and then yes, this discussion about what is going to be, it's changing the behaviors and actions of the real actors. And finally, individual knowledge, especially the knowledge of experts, is not enough to be translated into the collective knowledge. And I think it's on the applicative level, very important recommendation for people who study migration and all other phenomena who would like to inform decision makers. Yes, we do not have only to know about the phenomena and the social mechanisms we study, but we also need to know about the mechanism of transmission of knowledge and construction of knowledge as valuable or valid knowledge. Yes. It's not important there's so many experts knowing a lot about refugees. It's important that they will use the windows of opportunity together with policymakers, maybe social movements, in order to translate them for political action and make the knowledge receive the status of the common knowledge. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mika. Okay, thank you, Mikołaj, for this presentation. And we've got quite some time for discussion, questions. So I open the floor to ask questions to our presenters, and I also encourage you to ask each other, to ask questions to your co-presenters if you have any. And we have 25 minutes to exchange observations, questions, and clarify if anything needs to be clarified. I'm sure there'll be a lot of comments. So please, you can just unmute yourself because we don't have that many participants. There are 21 people, so I don't think we're gonna have a chaos. So just unmute yourself if you want to ask the question, please.
Yeah, so I would have a question actually for both presentations. First to Nora, I actually agree that I would say that something very similar is happening in Europe as well. I mean, if you look at countries with a very informal asylum system, like for example, Greece, I think you would find very similar things. For example, I think in like earlier phases, asylum seekers in Greece would not necessarily get a normal procedure, but just a stamp saying this person doesn't qualify. And then they have no grounds to challenge the decision on. So I think very similar things are happening there, and that would be really interesting to look into. And actually, until today, I was ignorant of ignorant studies. I didn't know now, but it's actually really, really helpful. I agree for studying asylum and migration policy making. And I'm working on a project on kind of quality of government, for example, in Greece, and then kind of how that impacts on asylum decisions. And so my question would be kind of related to that, because my let's say project partners, they're always like, oh yeah, but maybe not knowing or having like, let's say, a less effective bureaucracy can sometimes also help asylum seekers. I mean, obviously there's always a bit of arbitrariness in this, but maybe did you find situations where perhaps the ignorance from the side of the, let's say, decision makers or people involved in giving some kind of status or protection to people actually helped asylum seekers? And then a question to Nikolai would be, so you also mentioned that this, and I quite like that you said actually in a way, a certainty was created, not so much confusion, but a strange certainty that wasn't actually there. And this also happened through an interplay of politics and media. And I was wondering if this interplay between media and politics was the same across your countries, or if it also was different. You mentioned, I think in Romania, it was not so much politicized, that kind of changed the dynamics a little bit. Thank you.
I think we can start answering the question right away, and in this way, it will be easier for me to check the time and how much time we've got left for the next question. So,
thanks. Is it okay if I answer the question first, because then
yeah, sure.
I can cheat and also ask a question to Mikuláš, and then he can maybe take them both.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the question, Natasha. Yeah, no, and this is, I for a long time I was so focused on my country in my case that I also didn't really see the parallels, but especially with the implementation of the hotspot system, I think kind of the strategic adoption of non-registration and non-policy in the European context is actually very blatant. Yeah, it's a very good point that you make, that there's also, of course, productive effects of uncertainty and ignorance, not just for authorities, but also for refugees. It's not only kind of marginalization and oppression. And I've heard that, I've encountered it a lot, especially when it comes to the non-implementation. So they say there's two things where there's no regulation to begin with. Yeah, they say sometimes that works sometimes to the benefit of refugees. I think it does, for instance, in eviction cases that I've studied, where refugees in informal settlements are now threatened with eviction. There they actually use the fact that they are informal, but also that they have no opportunity to be formal, that these avenues don't exist. They use that in their own defense. They're saying, well, you know, you cannot oblige us to have done it any other way because you haven't provided any other way. So there, that's definitely evident. Also, for the very repressive policies that are there sometimes, then of course non-implementation is a good thing. So they also find it often, refugees themselves see this as a benign thing, that authorities look away or squeeze their eyes, as I've often heard. But I think for me, so that's important to recognize also in terms of refugee agency, and not, I mean, they're not just, you know, only victims of this ignorance imposed on them. They also kind of strategically reappropriate that. Having said that, I do think that on the bigger scale of things, the whole idea of creating this discretionary power is that it works to the benefit of people who already are in a position of power, and that's usually not refugees, unless, of course, we talk about the specific self-proclaimed leaders of some refugee communities that are very complicit in continuing the status quo based on informality and uncertainty. So yes, there's instances. I wouldn't overplay it though. But I'm really curious just to see what you come up with. And for Mikolaj, thanks a lot for the presentation. I mean, a lot of that was new for me, and I don't know. I'm not sure if I understood everything correctly. But one of the things I found interesting, the focus on the future, saying, okay, with in a crisis is this productivity on the future, and thereby creating, kind of conjuring up some visions of a future and thereby ignoring others. And I wonder what then the role of the past is, and ignorance of the past, because futures are often kind of based on idealized past or traditions. So then how do particular projections of the past, and also the particular non-projections or ignorance of other things that have happened in the past, play into that? Maybe you could speak to that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Maybe I will start with Natasha's question about the differences between the political debates and about this interplay of politicians and media. So what we notice here, and maybe for people studying political discourse or media discourse, is also not something very new. It's like these are two elements of feedbacking mechanisms. You have media, which has these various tendencies to scandalize or dramatize their narratives, and they are open for politicians to present their views, and sometimes also they're using this this dramatization. So what we found in part of the literature is like, and it's quite common in immigration scholars circles, is to blame the media. Yes, they're blaming the media of producing this negative picture of migrants generally, or refugees in that case. But well, politicians are very skillful in using the mechanism of mediatization. And I don't want also to put the whole blame on politicians, but the general lesson for us is that it's no one to be blamed as a one bad character in this story. Yes, it's to blame for actors, general actors, and the interaction between them, which sometimes is producing a discourse which is not controlled by anyone at all. Yes, so there are sometimes this mechanism when they are losing the control, especially if some politicians are purposively starting fear-mongering campaigns. They're also losing control over it, and the differences between the three countries is in the case of Hungary, it's quite easy. Viktor Orban used the 2015 events in order to mobilize the support for his rule, to attack the political opposition toward him. In Poland, it was more or less used similarly, but it was used by the political challengers. We had the elections in October 2015, and the main challenging party constructed the future with all the tragic consequences of relocating refugees to Poland in order to blame the government, which was incumbent at that time, and they managed to win the elections, partially thanks to this. Of course, there were some other reasons, but it was a huge tool for political mobilization for them. And in Romania, there was no such situation. There was no situation of elections. There were different lines of political conflict. So Of course, the situation was very much mediatized, but it was not used in order to construct the political differences between the major actors in Romanian political scene. And very interesting question from Nora regarding the past and ignoring the past. And I think yeah, it's always worth mentioning it. Because actually one of the first relocation mechanisms in the modern history of asylum policy was designed for the Hungarian refugees. And quite often in this discourse about what happened in Hungary in 2015, it is mentioned, come on, so many people ran away from Hungary in 1956, and they were then moved to other countries which negotiated how to share the burden of keeping several 100,000 of people who ran away after the suppression of the revolution in 1956. And now you're the face of anti-refugee debate in the European Union. And of course, there are this very interesting mechanism, and of course in smaller scale, but in Poland the same arguments were also risen, because in the 90s, in the 80s, there were also refugees from Poland fleeing after the martial law in 1981 and so on. Yeah, but it's very easy to either ignore that kind of a past, either to reconstruct this past, and especially I think in case of Hungary, this figure of deserving refugee or the real refugee was employed. Yeah, so yes, there were beautifully, and also the racial element was in it, constructed the Hungarians running from the communist oppression as the real refugees who required help, in comparison to the current 2015 refugees, which according to Orban propaganda were pictured as not real refugees, as people who are looking for a better life, or even people who should be fighting for their countries or whatever. Yeah, so this using past in order to deal with the current situation and produce the future always involves creativity in ignoring and constructing what we know about the past. And this is just one example, but I think quite striking, quite brutal in a way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for our presenters?
I would like just to add something regarding our research, and then I think this can be taken as a question for Natasha and Nora. So what we noticed also when we are dealing with these three countries at the level of the national authorities is that okay, now retrospectively, it seems that they were like these actors who were more or less rational, who knew what they wanted, and they were like evaluating the situation and changing their strategies. But we also encountered a lot of like signs of uncertainty. And for example, the Romanian government, especially at some point, the situation that was that they were remaking the future, but they were like putting this into this. They were basically waiting if the refugees will come or not to Romania. So there were these moments of Miko, I called it like a field level production of ignorance. So even though the government, maybe he would have liked to engage with strategic ignorance, but there, he was also like this lost actor at some point. So my question is, because I think when it's, there is like a tendency to present it like a rational game and like a politics of ignorance and uncertainty. And we notice that there are these, you can tell the story in this way, but do you notice these elements of like lost real or lost scope for when the national authorities are simply waiting, they don't know what to do, and then they even wait for the refugees to show what is the trajectory of the refugees, because the Hungarian government at some point, he was completely dependent on what Austria was doing and the refugees were doing in terms of its projections. So this would be our questions.
I can. That's actually a very good question. I think in 2015 there were lots of situations like this. I mean, also I think of, for example, the German response. think there's also some people now saying, okay, actually, like Germany opening the borders was almost something that happened by accident, because there was this tweet of the BAMF, and then saying kind of, yeah, we don't send Syrians back to any other European country, so we're no longer implementing Dublin. And then that led to a lot of people coming, and then Germany opened its borders, but then hoped that other countries would perhaps follow suit, and that didn't happen. And a lot of, I mean, I think we see that in a lot of countries at that time. So it's often kind of ex post rationalized, but a lot of the reaction was definitely not strategic or rational in any way, just kind of wait and see approach.
Okay.
I mean, I can maybe add to that from the Lebanese perspective, because I think this is a really good point and something I've struggled with a lot and haven't actually resolved either. But for me, what comes into, and this is I think also a fundamental difference between the European context and the regional refugee countries, right? Because there's often exactly that, like, so there's this notion that European countries are per definition rational. So that's our assumption. And then indeed, it's important to bring in that sometimes they're not, they're just, you know, just faking it till they're making it, I don't know. But then it's the exact opposite with regional refugee countries, where the assumption is that they have no idea what they're doing, right? That it's all failure and it's all weakness and it's all a mess, and there is no strategy and there is no rational action because they're not capable of that, right? So for me, it's actually been the opposite. I wanted to show that apart from, yes, the weak state structures that have to deal with completely disproportional numbers of refugees, there is actually also strategic and rational dimensions to it. So it's also, I guess, kind of what dominant discourse you're trying to remedy or nuance or speak to. But then I do think also in that context of Lebanon, for me, it was really important to see it as kind of levels of strategy. So sometimes there are instances where very clearly Lebanese actors just say, we don't want to know. We are not going to count the number of refugees. And we are not allowing the UN to do it. So that's not a capacity issue because someone else was doing it for them. And then they said, no, you're not allowed to. And that's very clear kind of production of ignorance that has very clear strategic aims. But more often it's very diffuse and it's very kind of structural. And it's also not something just done with refugees. I think it's also in the Lebanese context, a general situation where not making decisions is just the politically convenient thing to do in any case, on any issue. So I think that also opens up interesting avenues to question, like, to what extent this is particular to migration or refugee governance, or whether it's just a window on how these things work more generically. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute to welcome Lindsay McGoey, who just joined us a few minutes ago. And she is the author of Strategic Ignorance term, and she studied this widely. And this was mentioned a few times today in your presentation today. So hello, Lindsay. And thank you for joining us. And she was also our special guest in 2018 Unintended Consequences workshop. So you can also take this opportunity.
Thank you. Great to be here. Sorry, I'll try to get the video going in a sec.
Hello, Lindsay. So if you can also take this opportunity perhaps to ask Lindsay, or Lindsay, if you have anything you want to comment or add to our discussion, you're very welcome. And are there any questions you want to ask our presenters?
No, I apologize. I was late. I got the timing wrong. I thought it started at 12:30. So I'd rather just sit back and listen for a while and hope to have something to contribute later on. Sorry to be late. Thanks.
No problem. Are there any other questions? Yeah, Rui, please ask. Oh, you have to unmute yourself. Rui, you have to unmute yourself.
You are right. You are right. Thank you very much. I would like to, I don't know if it's a question, but it's more a comment for you, the panel today, because since I have been here, or I am here in Germany, in the south from Germany. I was talking with several German people, and because the question from refugees crisis, somebody asked and answered my question, saying that this is not a responsibility from the communities to engage the refugees, but is the responsibility from the state. And my comment not is a question for you, the panel. How you see the importance from the private and the public sector in the context from refugee crisis here in Europe? This is a question for you, for three both, the importance from the private and the public sector to manage this kind of crisis, like a refugee crisis.
So I think in Europe, I mean, a lot was actually happening from the private sector, right? Groups, so civil society organizations, some groups that really just kind of built ad hoc, that really played actually an important role here. I mean, again, if you look at countries where perhaps state capacity is lower, like for example in Greece, where there were problems kind of accommodating refugees, also for example in Italy, I think a lot of actually things that are usually done by the state, by the government, are not really provided, and then really kind of civil society organizations, NGOs have to kind of jump in and support refugees, and I think they're really doing a very good job. But a problem is indeed that actually these things should be provided. I mean, especially kind of access to accommodation. That's not a problem so much in Germany, but again in some other European countries, access to food or kind of financial support and or legal support, and that very often is really just only done by civil society organizations, where it actually should be done, kind of provided systematically by the state, because otherwise we again have this arbitrariness that maybe some people get it, but it's not really provided for everyone. But of course, I would agree that it's actually, I mean, civil society organizations have played a really important role in 2015 and after that. I mean, even today, I think in lots of European countries, they play an important role.
Okay, we have a few minutes. If there are a few minutes left, if there is anyone else who wants to ask a question. If not, then I have a question, but I was just waiting for anyone else. Okay, so I have a question and a comment, Mikołaj, to you and to the way you analyze the media content in your project, because you use this term projectivity with reference to presenting future. And one question is that, is this projectivity usually presenting black scenario or other, did you identify any positive kind of views regarding the future? I'm asking this because this term, what you say, this projectivity, this you identified, is very similar to Stanley Cohen term from Moral Panic. He uses prediction, and in Moral Panic studies, predictions done by media are always negative. So the role of prediction is to maintain anxiety and fear in society. And of course, in relation to refugee crisis and migration, we can talk about moral panics in Poland, definitely in 2015, 2016, that it was obvious that there was a creation of moral panic. So my question was, is this projectivity as similar to prediction, which is always negative, or can you give an example of positive scenario? And you mentioned the example of Hungary, and Hungarian, not the Hungarian, but Hungarian refugees in 1956. And I was wondering to what extent giving example from the past were always positive example, whereas this projectivity is always negative. Can you say backwards and looking forwards? Thank you.
Okay, the thing about the projectivity in the media is much easier to be answered. Well, it was already found out by Stanley Cohen in the 70s, yes, and this is a common knowledge in the media industry that bad stories sells better, yeah. So and we can also see it in our research materials. For example, all in Polish case, there was a campaign run by several organizations, newspapers, and our authority, its official name is Office for Foreigners, who is responsible for managing on the managerial level the asylum policy, with the idea to tell the truth how this designed policies of European Commissions look like and what would be the consequences, how many people are going to come, how they're going to be accommodated. It was quite a lot of effort put in that, and of course that sort of story is not very dramatic. And what's also very interesting, and what we find out in our research material, especially one from Poland, is that quite often this, let's say, positive stories about the future were being said as contesting the negative stories. So they were all the time reproducing what became dominant. Yes, this black future scenarios, dark future scenarios were dominant also because they had to be contested, and when you were contesting them, you had to repeat them. So if you would be only counting the use of certain adjectives in material, you will have a majority of the negative one, but some of them were in the text which were trying to produce the positive future. But they have to describe how the let's say antagonists of that text believe the future is going to look like. Yeah, so for various reasons and for the mobilization around this negative projections of the futures, the positive ones were ignored. It's not like they are not existing, but it's easier to ignore them. They are not mobilizing all the emotions. It's really, yes. And in that case, they were ignored. The question about the past, it's much more interesting and it's much more harder to answer it. So it could be now only in a kind of an ad hoc answer, but quite a lot of mythologies, especially in case of Poland and Hungary, also quite nationalistic mythologies about the national past were employed. Yes, heroic Hungarian refugees, revolutionaries of 1956, running away from the country. As I said, it was similar, but on not so important scale in Poland. The members of democratic opposition in 1980 running away from the oppression of the Communist Party, although we know people who study migration that actually the majority of emigration in 1980s from Poland was also economic migration. It was not people who were involved in the democratic opposition, but they were using the positive attitudes in Western Europe toward people emigrating from Poland for it. So the real story, if there can be a real story, is much more complicated, but the mythologies about the past, yes, they're also using kind of a, protagonist figures which are hyper positive, yes, and it is easier to recall them. So there might be something like this. It's easier to find so-called positive examples in the past and negative example, to point to negative examples in the future, but I would have to think about it, and yeah, it requires some much proper theorization.
Unmute. It's almost 10 to 2, so I think we have to stop here. And oh yeah, there is one more question. Go ahead then.
It's not a question, just a remark, and I don't want to bother you with a lengthy explanation, but actually everything that Nikolai presents and he found would perfectly fit with the Ouroboros model. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, brief comment. Thanks. So we will have a longer break now, and we will come back. No, oh, sorry, there is no longer break now. It's my stomach which is telling me have a longer break, go for lunch.
It's your projection of the future, Ivona.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we move on. We move on straight on to the next debate, right, Adi? And Adriana is going to moderate our next debate on COVID-19. So
okay, so thank you very much. I mean, sometimes to move from one debate to another, it's better to do it quick than just to prolong the process. So I would like very much, I mean, let's see if the presenters are here, but from my scroll, it seems they're here. So Cosmina, can you hear us? Cosmina, just unmute yourself. Cosmina, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, great. Enrico? Enrico, are you here? Also a problem of unmuting. Enrico, are you here?
yeah, he's on mute now.
Yes.
Are you ready to take the floor?
Yes. Okay.
Good. And Rui, we know that you are with us. You already had a few inputs today. So just signal that you are here again.
I'm here.
Good. So this is the thank you very much for joining us, and also I would like to thank you for the public to have to stick through the second day as well. So this is the second debate on COVID-19. Our idea, I mean, because the topic of asymmetries and inequalities is very much related to COVID-19. So I think it was a good idea to have two debates on COVID, and then in order to be able to go with our workshop as normal. And I think we did a good job to keep the two things separate, even though, I mean, even we had a birth yesterday during COVID-19. So we are in the middle of the situation, but still theoretically, I think we managed to compartmentalize quite well. So yesterday we talked, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Okay, so yesterday we talked about the issue of how COVID-19 it has a narrative and a talk about asymmetries and inequalities, and which is almost automatically linked with a certain pessimism that these inequalities will be leveled. And the presenters we had and the panelists, I think they did a very good job at showing all these efforts in dealing, in trying to cope with inequality. So we had persons from different positions to, let's say, systemic power, and I think this was the message, that there is a lot of effort at various levels to cope with inequality, and that the fact that the change is not visible, I think it's a much more it's a very, very complex process. So what the second topic that me and my colleagues we are thinking that it's worth addressing is that COVID-19, I mean, it's not a public emergency crisis or outbreak or endemic, but it's automatically, it leads the imagination to other crises, which are either pending or we know that they will take place for sure. So for example, if you say COVID-19, you almost automatically are projecting yourself in the future economic crisis. You talk about the deepening of inequalities at the social level. You see, for example, the topic of social isolation and solitude, which is a quite interesting phenomenon, but you also see it as a crisis which is deepening. Although there are some positive outcomes, but COVID-19 it's like in a cobweb, a matrix of other crises which are now in the making. And what I was thinking that it would be interesting to address is how at the level of the societies or the national authorities or the public policy, how is the management of these various crises that are related to COVID-19 but are in the making or are on the point to break out, what is the management of the crisis? So are some crises ignored? There is a more focus, for example, on the economic dimension. So this, I think this is a topic that is worth addressing because it shows, on the one hand, the asymmetry between various problems that we are dealing in our society, and it also, I think, we can try to see what is the key of the crisis management when you have so much crisis, so many types of crisis on your agenda. So I, unfortunately, one participant, Professor Paola De Vivo from University of Naples, she, because of some academic logistics, she cannot attend, but 3 presenters are still here. I think this is a good number. So the first presenter is Cosmina Paul. So Cosmina Paul, she was, in terms of research, she's linked with our team of researchers on the refugee crisis. So she was actually the person who conducted the research in Romania, and she was a very strong team player in terms of conceptualizing the research. So Cosmina Paul, she's a senior researcher associated with Anna Aslan International Foundation, but she's also a publisher of various articles regarding, for example, the access to technology of seniors, and what are, for example, the unintended effects of various applications that are put on the market or are tested for this group. She has also some research regarding entrepreneurs in Romania, and also she was one of the initiators of a project which was very successful, and this continued to be very successful in Romania, an informal network of providing food to disadvantaged populations, which is very much grassroots based. So this is Cosmina. We would like to welcome her. The next participant is Enrique Sacco. So he is Enrico is a researcher and assistant professor at University of Naples, Federico II, and actually he's like an old colleague of the Unintended Consequences workshop. We have been in contact since a few years now. Actually, we were also supposed to meet this year in Naples, but because of the international restrictions, travel restrictions, it has to be postponed. Enrico is interested, and actually he's engaged in research of development policies experience from the southern Italy, and he's applying the theoretical perspective of failure studies and trying to explain how patterns of persisting economic and social backwardness of the Italian Mezzogiorno are constructed and are being reproduced. And the third participant, I think he doesn't require any introduction. So Rui Marque Pinto, who is currently working for the Reutlingen Council, Integration Rats, and he's an expert on immigration policies, and at the same time he's head management of a project called Democracy Cafe. We already know Rui quite well from this workshop. So I think we can go on. So the schema of participating is the same as yesterday. I have a set of questions which I would like you to try to answer. If somebody from the public would like to enter the debate, I think with no problems this is allowed. So the first question, I mean, just to have a quick view. So the first question is, what other crises or unfolding failures is the COVID-19 pandemic linked with in your country domain of interest? And what is the nature of this relation? So I think we can go Cosmina, Enrico, and Rui.
Yeah, I can. Hello everyone. First of all, thank you. I'm Cosmina Paul. I can try to answer this question, and I prepared the presentation. Do you think it will be useful to share the screen, or shall we go in this format to answer each of us for each of us?
I think you can upload your presentation.
Shall I?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's long. It's not long.
Okay, I'll be quick. I can do quick.
Okay.
I can do quick, and I will try to answer each of the questions posed on the email, and maybe
Okay.
this way we'll have more unity. Okay.
Okay. So should we start with you open the presentation? Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Just a second. Share my screen. It is going to be a very short delay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So first, I was thinking to give you an overview, and this is also the answer to the first question that Adriana was posing. So I think there are two phenomena: corruption and migration, and these are the most limiting factors also for the Romanian society at large. And they are the crises and the failures which are linked to COVID-19 crisis in Romania. And what I'm doing in this presentation is to discuss each of these and how they are linked to the crisis. And close to the crisis of the health system is coming closely next to it is the educational system, which also unfold inequalities and other types of crises. So this is a question Adriana was just shared with us, and this is my answer: that corruption and immigration will be the key factors and the most limiting factors for Romania. And that just I want to give you a quick snapshot of the situation in Romania. So it is in the very first when the very first case of coronavirus was confirmed, a corrupted procurement case occurred, and that was all over the news. And as the crisis was unfolding, many more cases of corruption occurred, and inefficiencies and the weaknesses of the health system. So corruption in Romania, it was corruption which also brought international attention. Washington Post mentioned Romania, along Bangladesh and Colombia as one of the states where corruption hampers the efforts of fighting COVID-19 crisis. And this was actually what happens now with the corruption in close connection to COVID-19 crisis is actually one of a long series of corruption unveiled and which stays for the last decade at the center of political debate for the last 10 years in Romania. And that is the case of the collective club fire in 2015, when 13 patients died due to hospital-acquired infections. And in the following years, Hexipharma was selling disinfectants diluted up to 10 times to hospitals. And all these very well-known cases of corruption and showed the crisis of the health system. That it is a crisis. There are also international data which are in line with these findings, which show that Romania spends less than a third of the EU average on health, and the weaknesses of the system also did not allow, especially that was for the first 2 months, the real estimation of the COVID-19 cases or the medical professionals protection. Healthcare system is the fourth factor driving brain drain, but it is also a key factor for migration. As you can see here in the table, corruption is the first factor which drives immigration, and the healthcare system is listed the fourth. And the way migration is linked to the COVID-19 crisis is, first of all, it follows a long process of low-skilled migration, of the caregiving migration. So the people who are offering care in Romania for the last 3 decades were migrating towards the Western countries. and the high skill migration, the health professionals, this weakened much the system. And now, during the crisis, there is no choice but to return, and there is no choice but to live for the others. And this was paradoxically the people, the Romania diaspora, which maybe you know, Romania has the highest rate of migration after Syria worldwide. So given that, many of the Romanians, thousands were
Cosmina, can you hear us? Cosmina? Cosmina? I think there is a problem with the...
Yes.
Cosmina? So until she's coming back, I assume that maybe Enrico and Rui can answer.
Okay.
And I try to get into contact with her.
Mm.
Okay, so Enrique, please answer, and then Rui, and then I think she can. So the question was, should I address it once more? What other crises or unfolding failures is COVID-19 linked with in your country? What is the nature of the relation? So Cosmina, she was talking about the relation with the discussions about corruption and the brain drain, education, and maybe you can, I think this was a good starting point.
Yes, in the is my audio is good. Okay. I don't have a scientific presentation for this first question, but during the last week I reflect about the structural challenges about Italian country in relation with the emergency COVID-19. The first crisis associated with COVID in Italy is the health crisis. This is clear. And more generally, the crisis of the Italian welfare state. The cuts in the healthcare system have shown their downside in this emergency phase. The interesting thing is that the weakness of the health system has been evident in most opulent regions of the country. This is a very important, novelty, I don't know, in Italian debate. The classic Italian dualism between a backward south and advanced north appeared useless to read the COVID crisis and respected the historical debate about the differences between north and south. For me, study this kind of issues is very credible. The rhetoric between a constantly struggling south and the advanced north has been questioned. The Lombardy region has become the symbol of the new health crisis in Europe. One of the Italian regions where privatization of the health system is characterized the last decade. The crisis therefore made Italy's problem evident as a nation. There isn't in this moment the big differentiation between the condition about the health system between north and south. But this is a very big problem at the national level. Territorial inequality remain a determining factor in understanding Italian society. So it's of course in the economy, but it's now clear that whole country system has been weakened in the past 20 years. So the emergency showed the inequality in the country, overcome the issues of dualism between North and South. So this is, for me, is the first evidence that that to impose also in a sociological debate, also in economic debate. The second question, the second point about the first question, the crisis connected to the COVID is much more profound and concern a structural point of the Italian economic system, the presence of the black economy. This is the second important evidence in Italian situation. Black economy activities are widespread in nearly all the economy, but Italy appears to have a pronounced problem in this area. Small, privately owned companies in Italy find it's relatively easy to engage in black economy activity, mainly the practice of tax evasion that is fraudulent and illegal activity undertaken to reduce tax liability. This characteristic of the Italian economy does not allow to build a social plan that reflects the real condition of the population. This is another important question in connection with the public policy for development. This is a historical problem that have Italy, the black economy. But in this moment is a very tragedy for to build a useless public policy for the citizen. This is a problem of low internal knowledge, and knowledge which is not placed among the priority of the political and government agenda, with an important part of the southern population working in the so-called black economy. A whole segment of the people lost job for which they cannot legally claim employment benefits. Those who do have legitimate employment have been given a path to ask for the suspension of some bills, but black economy workers, of whom there are estimated 3.7 million, have no such outlet for life. Italy's shadow workers are out of the safety net. It is a serious problem that failed to occupy center place on the political agenda. And that will also influence the effectiveness of income support policy. A problem of a policy with an excessive dose of ignorance is not a simple problem of absence of public policy for emergence of the informal economy, but a problem of fragility and fragmentation of scientific knowledge, or as absence of cultural, economic, and sociological analysis relative to informal workers. And respect to the first question that Adriana used for this debate, I think that the problem is the redefinition, the differences between North and South Italy is the first question, and the second historical question, black economy and the relationship between black economy and a new agenda for development in Italy. So,
okay. This for me. This is not just an interesting question, but also very complicated to answer in a context from Germany. Because Germany is the motor from the European economy. And when German doesn't work well, something happens in the global, in the European community. But I think that because I'm in contact with some friends, they are working in the University Tübingen, This is academic hospital here close to Reutlingen. And the health system here in Germany, I think that is very organized. We can see how the health system here in Germany work with COVID-19. But there is one point that I would like to mention. This is this system, the management system in the domain from health system. This means that there are, for example, in Tübingen hospital, there are few workers, nurses or doctors, regarding to save money. And this is one point that I'm very, every meeting that have been, the first question that the German ask is how much money, what is the budget we have to handle some situations or to plan in the future some plan or project. And this kind of mentality that we have now here in Germany, I'm talking the context from Germany, this management, this lead to one thing that we see. This is for one side, the workers, few workers, more patients to care in the health system. The burden from the work is higher, and we see in this COVID-19 in the media, the doctors and the nurses to call for help because the situation was overwhelming because of the few workers. And the other point that connect from this situation for management, economic management, is that I see the immigration domain in the health system here in Germany. We see for one side to save money is very important to contract people from east part from Europe or from south from Europe, and the salary will be less if they contract workers from native from here from Germany. And I think there's a domain still strong here in the German system. But I would like to mention another point that is linked from this COVID-19 pandemic that we can lead. This is a negligence from the part from not just from the German context, from here in Europe, a negligence to manage or to predict a crisis like this pandemic. Something miss here in the Europe, also here in the German context, to predict a crisis like this.
I talk so much that I forget to unmute myself. So thank you for this first. I think, Cosmina, you can now get back to the presentation, because I think anyway it got a bit, it started to talk anyway about the second question. So the second question is, what crisis do you think that there is do you notice a certain asymmetry between the crises that are addressed, in the sense that certain crises are given more attention? I mean, even like materialized, while others are ignored. So, Cosmina, you have the floor. I will unmute you.
Yeah. Okay. So I will not go back to the presentation.
No.
I don't know if you. think it's useful because I just want to be more unitary because all the other presenters do not have a PowerPoint. So maybe, I don't know. So I would, with regarding to the question, to this question, I was thinking that there are some, there is some crisis, for example, the unseen crisis for the older adults, because there is a
I'm sorry, but if you have some data, I think you can use the presentation if you have some data. It would be a pity not to.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, I will go back to find the share screen. Just a second. Okay.
So we are discussing the crises which could be paid attention to but are ignored. Some points were also made about yesterday. For example, Adrian was saying that maybe this would have been a good moment to address the climate change topic. So Cosmina?
Yes. Yeah, I think that there are some crises which go unseen, like is the crisis of the dancing crisis for the older adults, because there is a high rate. This is what I was trying to say last time when I was when the sound system was corrupted. So it is a high rate of caregivers and health professionals migration, and the restrictive social distancing measures led to worsen of the psychological state of the older adults. And this crisis goes unseen. And we also talk about an unresponsiveness of the health system. So routine health care is impossible to maintain currently in Romania. And that is associated with much uncertainty and the duration and other measure of social distances, which are among the most strict among comparatively to other countries. And the difficulty for the older adults to meet the basic needs and social and the increasing stress, decreasing immunity. So all this ecosystem of factors which are affecting the older adults, I think it is totally unaddressed. And there are few stories which may go which may unfold. There, I think, closely, this crisis of the healthcare system, which is now in the center of the debate, political debate, and as I said, it is for 10 years now. It was also already said that it closely follows the crisis in the educational system. And now COVID-19 forced online education in Romania, which brings more corruption to the forefront. And that starts with public procurement again. And there is this paradox of the fact that the internet, instead of bringing equality and inclusiveness for those socially and economically disadvantaged, will bring more inequalities because of the unreadiness of the system, of the limited access to computers and the internet, lack of transparency, and the issue of teachers' ethic. So I think there is no talk currently about online education.
Okay, so Enrico, if you would like to add something.
Yes, so about the second question, the point or the factor that in the context of Italy crisis to be ignored is for me, and I reflected during the last night about this interesting question. For me, is the process of the legitimation of scientific knowledge. I explain better. So In the meantime, the credibility crisis of government institutions continue to be ignored in Italy. There is a clear lack of public trust in the political class. And this is another historical factor in the recent history of about the public policy in Italy. In fact, the relative success of the Italian lockdown, for instance, can be explained by the use of the expert scientific communication by virologists. But there is another point. In Italy, virus experts have occupied the dramatic share, Goffman would say. Also, at the regional level, each regional president has formed his one team of virologists. So-called scientific knowledge has entered in the public debate. Okay, this is a good thing, I think, in analytic sphere. And another very interesting thing is that the opinion and the heterogeneous decision of virologists have led to a collective discovery. Science does not give certainties. I don't know. Of course, a progressive process of the legitimation of scientific knowledge is therefore underway. Oh my God! Is also in a hard science there is in certain there is ignorance, there is an incapacity to build a future in the health field. Oh my God! Of course, I'm simplifying, and then in all countries at this historical phase we see the same phenomenon. But in Italy, the crisis of scientific culture, I think, is more serious. Remember that I'm talking about a country with the lowest number of university graduates in Europe, a country where elite newspapers are read, and where the status of scientific research is strongly attacked by the populist rhetoric. This is a problem that continues to be ignored on the government agenda, but that punctually influences the quality, the continuity, the affidability of public debate, or also during this emergency crisis. This is my reflection about the second question of Adriana.
Okay, thank you very much, Rui.
I would like not disperse from the first question, because if I link the health system here in Germany, there is something that I would like to mention. This is a lobby, a political economic lobby also in the health system here in Germany. And because of that, there is something that here in Germany that for me was a kind of disappointment. There is the link between health system and digitalization. And I thought that German society, because of the context of the German in the European level and the world level, in the economic level, could be more development. And there is something that this innovation from the health system still be, I don't know if it's ignorant from the public, from the political public, or there is something, a political economic lobby from the parties here in Germany. Because this kind of COVID-19 is an interesting chance that telemedicine, for example, to be implemented. And the other side, if we are talking about Germany as a federalism country, we see how diverse is the interesting from different counties, from the other counties, about the innovation from with the digitalizations. And this is something that I would like to share with you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we should move to the third question, and then eventually also allow the public maybe to react. And if there is no, we can come back to the fourth question. But I think, so because this is a workshop regarding the unexpected consequences, and now in the context of COVID-19, these consequences are very much projected, and we all already see the economic consequences, the health consequences. So, but this projection of what is going to come has some impact on what is our response to COVID. And I was wondering if you could comment on, is this projection of certain consequences does it help to mobilization or advance certain public policies, or it is just reproducing some problematic issues, structural elements that contributed to it? Why am I addressing this question? In the literature on crisis, there is this critical point that in a crisis, people, there is a need of agency, but they are too much engaged in tranquilizing the situation, but not in addressing the bigger picture. So Cosmina, you can, I think you can come back to the presentation.
The reason for my open interruption. So I will give my answer like this. I am thinking that indeed the crisis can offer many opportunities, like the online education, and may address many other crises. But the budget allocated for the crisis now, the supplement budget is 3%. With 3% of the GDP, which is very low. And for example, Bulgaria is for 1,800 confirmed cases allocated a budget of a total economic stimulus of 10% of their GDP. So I think so this total economic stimulus is too low for meeting the whole crisis and facing not only the COVID, the healthcare system crisis, but also the educational system crisis. So I think it is an opportunity, but they're not going to be addressed like many other opportunities which are lost. And Romania also, but they will be marked, I think, because Romania scores very well at national strategies. So Romania has over 300 national strategies where address inequalities, problems in education, innovation, development, you name it. But there are no documents of operationalization or the translation of these national strategies into indicators and into simple targets to be achieved. So for sure, these opportunities will be addressed and will exist on paper, but that would be quite the story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Enrico?
Yes, I think that I try to build a link with your last sub-question, the COVID with opportunity to think more positive politics or not. I think that Italy is not opportunity, but a sort of a tragedy in this moment. I try to explain this point. In terms of public policy, the economic discourse is dominant and is in a context of capitalism regime is normal. But useful intervention for emergency management are being created without tackling the country's structural problems. At this phase, efforts are made to support the income of the segment of the population most in difficulty, okay, in a conjunctural strategy. But even this effort is difficult to the presence of the informal economy. And I return to my second question about the Black economy. We generally speak of emergency income and various short-term subsidies to support consumption. The emergency logic is embedding many fields of public intervention. This is a question. This is the very important thing in Italy. The emergency logic, the systematic method to manage the structural crisis. I think, for instance, of a cohesion policy in this strange time. In Italy, there is the possibility for the future of using the structural funds of the European Union for development of the South to face the COVID emergency. Is being discussed this moment in Italy. It's a very important point in public debate. Therefore, even public policy, which has medium and long-term planning risk, being eliminated. This is a reality. And in Italy, the public policy that use the structural fund of the European Union is the last policy that use a medium and long period to planning the complex and the clever, I don't know, interpretation. A choice that could have a strong negative impact on the economy and the social future of the South. This is clear. This is an indicator, I think, that should make use reflect a new temporal conception of a public policy for development. In short, there appears to be a particular inequality, a new inequality between countries, between those who can plan long-term policy and those who will be forced into a increasingly compressing time regime. And I think that in Italy, there is this kind of a risk for the future of a public policy. The correct time dimension for the planning, the development, for the planning, the territorial development. So.
Yeah, I think for my part, I think that of course that there is a projections and expectations, certain expectation with this COVID-19. And if I continue to say about the questions about digitalization here in Germany, I think was implemented 2 weeks, or there is something in discussion, but one thing we have to be careful, because to implement a policy takes time. There is in the local level here in Germany, this is the communal level, takes also time until a policy or something is implemented. Because I'm here and I know how is frustrate sometimes we as, because I'm part from civil society, we want the things change very quickly, but in the political scene, the things takes time. Last week, we was discussing about to have immigration representation in the commune, in the Gemeinderat, they say, yes, in the council. For example, 2 immigrants that could also with the elected body from the council to discussing and to have a voice in the discussion, in the financial discussion, and these things that we will take time, and this about the digitalization to implement this expectation that this is my expectation also will have time, because there is something here. COVID-19 brings something to the discussing. This is the these APEs, this kind from the RKI Corona Data Spent, and this is something that somebody could now is free. People can have access to this happen. Means that in the real time, people can see who is infected with the virus, will not affect the virus. Of course, this brings something discussing in the level from security, data protection, in something like that. Means what I see is that COVID-19 brings a new reality in terms of digitalization, and that will, I think this is, could accelerate more, or because of the lobby, political lobby, the economic lobby, could also take a long time until will be implemented.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it might be a time for a short break for you before going to the fourth question. So if anybody from the public would like to enter the debate or add something.
Hi, Mike here. So yesterday when we had the other panel, I think there was a consensus that going forward, there would be difficulty in getting anything positive out of this. And I think what Rui said at the end here was basically, you know, just from the digitalization perspective, you know, we'll get something positive out of that versus will the political economic lobby basically take over here. And, you know, based on my analysis on destructive institutions, you know, the underlying issues that drive this, I call, you know, legalized corruption, that basically that lobbying, and brain hacking, which is related to the ignorance side of this as well. So that looks like headwinds here for having any kind of positive change. Again, you know, back to the iron law of oligarchy in a sense, right? So I just want to ask the panelists, you know, straight up, do they see, you know, and just in a couple of sentences, do they see anything positive coming out of this? Real positive coming out of this in the end?
Okay, maybe let's wait with somebody else would like to address a point. Okay, so I think you can try to answer. Maybe let's use this question and let's I think it goes well with the second, with the last question that I prepared. If do you notice some patterns of some strategies of coping with COVID-19 or advancing a response which ring a bell in terms of other crises, the refugee crisis or the economic crisis or the corruption crisis. So if you see some patterns, and I think that this will also, this relates well with the question regarding if something positive will come out of it, because if you have an experience of positive coping with the crisis, then I think this might offer a good, a more optimistic, a good opportunity for a good answer, a positive answer. So Cosmina?
Thank you. So I am thinking that the first answer, I want to say that I'm talking here in the context of Romania. So one positive thing which can be noticed comparatively to Hungary is the fact that there is no derapage, or there is no slippering towards populism or another kind of political agenda like extreme right agenda, or there is no kind of radicalization in the discourse. So we may notice this stability of the political combat that in terms of comparativity. Another positive outcome which might be is that in this context of Romania also so there is this crisis. We are already noticing this crisis of migration, which is going on for the last 15 years. And Romania, I want to repeat this: Romania is has the highest rate of migration, second up, right after Syria, worldwide. And this crisis of migration, for the fact that people was clearly seen that those who are leaving Romania to work outside could not keep the privilege of staying at home and of social distancing. So this was a privilege, and that was on the front page of the newspapers. And that might lead, I'm not too sure about this, to an identity crisis. Who are we, the Romanians? Are we those who are harvesting the fruit and the vegetables to the Western countries? And might ring a bell and might go. So this identity crisis, collective identity crisis, might mean something for governance, for the level of governance in Romania and for its steering capability. And on the same part, the fact that there are regions where civil society was mobilizing to serve the people in need, that also may lead to a very positive outcome and show the discrepancies in dealing with the crisis at the regional level, and lead to another types of political solutions or anything like this. This would be my try to answer this ambitious question on positive outcomes.
Okay, thank you very much. Enrico?
Yes, no. Maybe only the puntualization about the process of digitalization in economy is another question that merit a correct respect. I think that digitalization, yes, is positive. I think that just said Bashir is sure, but it's positive for those advanced economies where there are a company, as a big company, a medium company that produce added value and added good and service. This is a digitalization is don't remind positive or negative thing in terms of wealth or in terms of right or in terms. The neutral is a neutral thing. For instance, in Europe, if I think digitalization, I think the possibility that the inequality between the economy of South and North Europe will be aggravated for these new important thing. I don't know about digitalization. Depend of a kind of economy, depend of a kind of your capacity country that you to use in correct mode these now kind of tools. I don't know, but is neutral. This is my reflection. I don't know. With my bad English, I have more difficult to explain the complexity that you try behind the new technology or new mode to create a job or to create a possibility. But this is a neutral question. that mimicked the scientific analysis, the territorial scientific analysis that reproduce exactly the level of situation in terms of economy, in terms of sociality.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the internet connection, I think, was not a problem. I could, for me, it was quite transparent. And Rui?
What I would like to say, after I would like to not to answer, but to comment something that a colleague from United States, I forgot the name. He was commenting about the corruption in the government, but I would like to say that there is some patterns here in Germany with this crisis from COVID-19. And that's what I see. This is the economic stimulus that the German government, they, I don't know if they learn, but it's something that comes from the financial crisis. This is the economic stimulus that the federal government here in Germany, they have now. This is something that is a process since 2008. They amended the constitution the way that all counties, 60 counties from Germany, there is a counties there in the south from Germany, for example, in Baden-Württemberg, they are the auto industry is very strong. This is something that the federal government wants to protect. And if we go to the north from Germany, for example, immobiliary sector is very important. This is and the federal government wants to protect some sectors from the German economy. This is how they protect through economic stimulus, and this is a pattern that we see now in the COVID-19. Is this kind that I said yesterday, temporary work? It's better to be engaged in the work for 3 hours or 6 hours, or even mini jobs, even if it's atypical or precarious jobs. Is better that the people be in the work, because the work values here in Germany is very important. If I compare, for example, from countries like Portugal in the south, because of the welfare system. This is something, a pattern that I can see, observe now with the COVID-19.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we ran out of time. Thank you very much for your answers. I think they were very well prepared, and I would like to thank you very much. I think it shows that this COVID situation, I think it brings to light a lot of problems, and it's not only economic crisis, but also identity crisis, like Cosmina singled, or something you cannot even see, like the black market in case of Enrico Sacco, and also the problem like Germany. I mean, Germany seems to be in control of the situation, but we see that it's not. For the strongest actors, it's also not easy candy to break. So thank you very much. This was the last session of the conference, and usually now, if it would be a normal situation, we would be doing 3 things. So we would announce the topic of the next year, then we will go on the roof and take a picture, because usually we do this in the university library. And the third one, I think you can imagine, we would just go for a nice social event, but we can still do the first 2. So next year, I think we are coming back actually at the origin of the unintended consequences, and we are going to talk about anticipatory knowledge. It's about how we are we are preparing for the consequences that we see them in the future. And I think COVID, and also not only COVID, but other crises that you mentioned, show that we see what are the problematic consequences, and we prepare or we don't prepare for them, or we postpone the preparation. So this is, we haven't figured out the title, but it's going to be about anticipatory knowledge and preparation. And now I think we can unlock our, and let's have a picture. This is quite easy. I can do it for everybody, or you can do it. So just let the gallery view. This is in the right corner. I think this is something, Katarzyna, I see that you would enjoy very much doing.
I will. Everybody should be ready. Okay.
So let's open them. This is also a good occasion to say that it's our team. It's me, Katarzyna, Ivona, and Rafał. Also, Kuba helped us. Pawlak helped us a lot to have this window on YouTube and to be visible. We had quite a lot of observers. I remember for yesterday the number was 17. I think this is a good number. Given that now COVID allows you to go out, so I think this is a good record. So Katarzyna, you can.
Okay, everybody ready? And 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank
you.
Bye.
So I got it. Thank you very much.
You got it?
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody has to look good in the picture, so you have to show it to
I
everyone.
I forgot that I have to be with you.
So just a question: are you gonna send the picture out, and two, do we have contact information for everyone who's here if we want to have any interaction with people after this?
Yeah,
so I have contact information, but now we live in this era of RODO, so we are not allowed. You have to approve of. You have to approve that we are taking your picture, and also that we can share the.
Okay, I approve. Yeah, yeah. The back of my presentation, you have my contact information. Anyone who wants to connect on LinkedIn as well is welcome to contact with me.
Maybe this is also a good opportunity to say that we've got a fan page on Facebook, and if you want to, it's called Unintended Consequences Workshop. So please, please like us, and you can also use that channel to contact us through Unintended Consequences.
And through Twitter, of course, we have account on the Twitter as well.
And Twitter, yeah.
Okay, so this is it. Thank you very much. I mean, we would really like to thank you. There are also some institutions which got involved. The Ministry of Science and Education is like our supporter from several years now, and he never disappointed us. And also our institutions, Polish Sociological Association, University of Warsaw, Polish Academy of Science. There's so many institutions. But I just want to highlight that the institutional framework in Poland is very supportive of our endeavor, and this is something. It's not only ritualistic and ceremonial to point out, but now now that we are at the 10th edition, I really appreciate their support, and I'm very happy to highlight it. If Kasia or Ivona would like to say something, or Kuba.
I just would like to thank you all that you managed to be with us, and hopefully maybe next year we will meet in person, because I hope this situation won't be normal anymore. This is not new normal, yeah. But hopefully we could see each other personally. That would be really, really nice. Yeah. Thank you very much.
That would be nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everywhere.
Great,
thank you again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
I will leave it open if you still want to chat or something.
Yeah. Oh.
Feel free to use the room.
Michael, you are there? You are here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Rui. If you want to chat.
Yeah, I would like to chat, because you mentioned something that I was taking some notes yesterday, but because the time, we don't have time to share our thoughts. And from your work, I think was you mentioned John Locke in your work with rights from inalienable rights.
Unalienable rights from U.S. Declaration.
From John Locke. From John.
Right.
But this is interesting because from the history that I know something from Tom Jefferson, I think that you mentioned also, he has a quote, very interesting, that connect a little with your work to reflect. He said, whenever any form of government becomes destruct. That's right. And this is something interesting because you mentioned this kind of corruption or lobby, I could say, a strong lobby in the USA that until something is implemented, for example, for vulnerable people, especially with the Afro-American people, because every time that I watch the news and some blogs about COVID-19, the statistic is that I never imagined the death rate from the African American is extremely higher.
Yes. Well, the level of discrimination, in America, it's just been a train. So if you look at, my paper on the framework, I use slavery in America as the exemplar for the work, and if you take a look at what happened in America, it went from slavery to Jim Crow, right, to a variety of just discrimination, redlining, et cetera, and it carries today in many ways. Driving a car while black, walking while black, running while black, being a president while black. Now that is a real problem, right? And so in America, you see quite a bit of underlying issues. And meanwhile, what's kind of funny, not ironic, not ha-ha funny, but ironic is, the white Americans in the rural areas who have been completely brain hacked into discrimination, and we don't need this medical system for Obamacare, and we don't need, any social support. These are the people who need it the most. They have more in common with working class blacks in the urban areas than they have with any of the oligarchs and the whites who are brain hacking them, right? But they don't see it. But this is going on for decades, this is a situation.
Yeah, this is some. Michael, how do you see this kind of policies, like affirmation action that was introduced in the USA to increase the opportunities for minorities, all groups that have historical discrimination? How do you see this affirmation action in the times now with Trump? Do you think that is something benefic to the American society to bring more equality?
Yeah, quite frankly, America has never dealt with the original sin of slavery, and that just drags on the system in America. And so, the affirmative action policies that came out mostly from the civil rights era to try to level a playing field, that does so much. But again, unintended consequences was, the underlying, racism, and then now the I would call the backlash of white America, especially working class, saying, hey, you know, I'm not getting what I need now, and you're giving it to these African Americans, right? And so there was an unintended consequence of backlash on that, and then you know, one of the other effects is periodically reparations come up, right? You know, can you make make whole for these, you know, these Negro slaves, right, who were promised 40 acres and a mule and never got it, right? And then, you know, actually one of the best, interesting, after the Civil War in America, one of the most vibrant times for the, you know, previous Negro slaves was like 2 or 3 years after the Civil War. They were doing pretty great. You had the first, you know, they were entering in politics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then what happened, as soon as the federal government backed out of the South and let them just run the way they wanted, well, what'd you get? You got KKK, you got the denial of the Confederacy being bad, you know, and then several years after that, you have monuments coming up. Jim Crow kicked in, you know, in terms of legalized discrimination, apartheid, basically. South African apartheid was full swing in the South in America, effectively. You know, so you know, it only goes so far. I mean, if you had to really level a playing field, I wouldn't even call it reparations. I would call it clawbacks, you know, and go after the known entities, corporations, and families that became millionaires, right, on the back of Negro slaves, you know, with cotton. I would deal with that mostly, but again, you know, good luck. You know, it's just not going to happen, right? I mean, we're stoked in this neoliberalism of trickle down economics, where, oh my goodness, you know, we're not going to provide any kind of safety net for anyone, right? We can't do that. But whoa, any kind of economic crisis, we're ready to sign trillions, right, in an opaque way. Who knows where the money's going? But we can do that anytime. But we cannot deal with any kind of rational safety net. Never mind healthcare in America, which is extortion, if you want to call it anything else. So, you know, again, I'm not trying to be. I'm actually a happy guy. I don't want to be, you know, depressing here. But you know, we're up against some very significant forces with legalized corruption and brain hacking. And brain hacking isn't brainwashing. It's just like you saw with yesterday with Hai Su's conversation, you know, paper about, you know, the coal miners in China. You know, it's that ontological security, right? You know, don't mess with my security here, and that's what you get people. They want the brain hacking. You know, they really crave it. It's like a cognitive dissonance. You have to keep them brain hacked. And keep them in a state, and that happens in America, right from the top of America here. The brain hacking, the lies, the falsehoods on a moment by moment basis coming out is pretty astounding. And they, you know, people just, they need it to stay stable. It looks like those who are brain hacked, at least, they need it. It's a necessity. So I'm not optimistic. I mean, little progresses are being made, but it's all marginal. Everything we talked about was positive in the last session is marginal. If you want to really hit it, you got to get down to the environment. You know, if we could solve the climate crisis, I think that would be, to me, the litmus test, right? If you could solve the climate crisis, you're likely going to solve everything else, right? But good luck on that one. Very, very difficult. Very difficult.
But you mentioned there is a particular thing that I'm also concerned. This is to change the contract, the social contract that we have until now. I think that to change the social contract there is one point in John Locke that I think is something that we can discuss today. This is about life, liberty, and property.
Right.
And
right.
with the COVID-19, this property, for example, if the health system in Africa, for example, is a pot, they discovered the vaccine from COVID-19. Will be interesting to see how the international medicines firms in the context from international, also with the patents in the USA, will deal with this kind of situation. What do you think about that?
I look at, so as far as dealing with vaccines in developing countries, as an example, okay, and looking at, let's just go back to again, if you look at my presentation, which is posted, you'll see the very foundation is the American Manifesto, the Declaration of Independence. And I refer to that exact phrase that you're referring to: unalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and that governments are instituted to secure those rights. And when they fail, when governments are failing, they're destructive to those ends, that requires a turnover of that government. That's what drove the American Revolution, right? And so from a destructive institution perspective, that's tyranny is a destructive institution contract. From Britain, slavery is a destructive institution contract. The climate crisis is another destructive institution contract. These are forced contracts on citizens that basically are trashing or destroying the unalienable rights, and it's based on the positive feedback loop of money or some political power, and the negative feedback loop being throttled down through brain hacking. And that's why I always bring up corruption and brain hacking, right? Because corruption amps up the laws and regulations to give you the right to pull that money from people. And then the brain hacking throttles down the resistance, right? And then you can trash unalienable rights. So as that is context, take a look at, what's the likelihood of getting vaccines out to developing countries that may need it first, actually, because that's going to be probably, I think, when the wave actually hits here, because Bill Gates is an interesting guy to listen to here. If you listen to Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, you get quite a bit of good information. They've been working on this for a decade at least, right? So, I guess I'm trying to listen to my federal government, the very top level, of the White House. I get quite a bit of disinformation. So you listen to the Gates folks, they're very clear. That's where the major issue is going to eventually be in just developing countries. And so they could definitely use it, these vaccines. I think at the end of the day, we're going to see shakedowns, just like we're seeing shakedowns in America regarding whether it's protective equipment like masks, et cetera. Look at the supply chain problems. We don't even have the vials, enough vaccines right now. Basic supply chain issues. So again, I'm not trying to be negative here, but I'm just not optimistic.
Oh, Michael, but you, in this context from John Locke, because this kind of natural law,
rights. Yeah,
that
natural
is
rights.
without government, this is something that belongs to us, that nobody can take from us this unalienable right. But we need a government.
Yes, you need government to recognize it. I mean, I hate to say it, but in America, it's not clear. Even when they launched America, very idealistic, right, on unalienable rights, but that was not for Native Americans. That was not for Negro slaves, right? and that was not fully invoked for women, right, as well. So it had a bright side, and it was good, no question, idealistic, and drove America. The problem is that it never really fulfilled, those rights, I would say, for everyone, right? It's always been some level of discrimination there, and be that as it may, I'm trying to go back to those fundamentals, and quite frankly, I'm hearing people using unalienable rights in the wrong way. A lot of people, in some of the crazy, some pretty crazy people who are waving, Confederate flags and Nazi flags, in America, they're using that term unalienable rights as well, right? But what they mean it is that I have the right to do anything. In other words, there's a balancing act. I can't just go and pollute your stream and let you drink my pollution, right? Because you think I have the right to make some money, and we're back to the tragedy of the commons here, right? So I can't just trash your environment, right, for me to make money. And this is basically what's happening on a worldwide scale, effectively, right? And so I that's why I try to go back to basics, foundation, right? Natural law, natural rights, natural law, and then call out my government, right? First Amendment right to speak, that my government is failing us here. Now, I'm not talking for a revolution. I'm not trying to bring up, Madame Defarge, right, from the French Revolution here. I'm not looking for that. I am looking for our government to do the right thing, and that's going to mean people are going to have to get off the couch, vote, and pay attention to these issues. It's a problem. And the things you were talking about in Germany, Germany, Romania, Poland, everybody's talking about the same thing, right? Very similar aspects.
Yeah, Michael, interesting guy in USA. It's a pity that he didn't get along with his presidency election. Bernie Sanders. He says something very interesting that I think during the years in USA, they destroyed, I think, the private and public sector is very weak, because I think that he has interesting ideas. But the problem is if he's can be implemented in the contest in the USA.
Well, and everything that is being proposed by Bernie, Sanders, is basically a patch, a patchwork, in other words, a patch over a problem at the direct level. So medical, right? Agree we need to have something with medical. Agree we need to have something with income inequality, right? But these problems, the underlying issue there, again, is that legalized corruption that drives the agenda, that drives this neoliberalism, that drives the brain hacking. And unless you get to that root causes, it's going to be very difficult to get any kind of rational. I mean, I would love to say, show me a capitalist-driven, free market-driven, functional, fair medical system in this country. Show me that. We have yet to see it. It's nothing but extortion. Legalized extortion. You get sick and you're middle class, you typically go bankrupt, right? Is what you get. That's your, people dying from COVID. What are they asking? Oh my God, how my family going to pay the bill? Then they die, right? It's pretty crazy. And then the income inequality. I mean, you could see that happening right now with the COVID. People in America, almost like half America, they're lucky they had $1,000 in the bank to handle emergencies, right? And then suddenly, boom, emergency, and the food lines are greater than the Great Depression, right? And so, we have some real serious problems, but, again, good luck trying to solve these without getting to the brain hacking and the legalized corruption in America. and everywhere else, quite frankly.
Yeah,
you know?
fundamentally. Michael, I have your email. I not here.
Yes.
And I'll be glad to be in contact with you.
Please,
just
are you
to
on
exchange some ideas.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you if you download the presentation, there's a link to all the papers. There's 5 papers online, freely available, and everything is Creative Commons copyright license 4.0 by. So anybody could use it. If you want to go do some work, if you want to collaborate on some work, in this area. I mean, I still have there's so many destructive institutions. Because again, what I'm doing in this work is I'm not trying to say, write a book on slavery, write a book on climate change. I'm not doing that. Matter of fact, most of the time I'm very quick. It's a couple of pages, but it's a destructive institution contract that I'm highlighting. So in other words, I'm taking a perspective that weaves them all together. It weaves slavery together with climate change, with Jim Crow, subjugation of women, right? Mass shootings in America, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it weaves all these together. And then when you look at it, all roads lead to legalize corruption and brain hacking as the underlying issue, right? So if you're welcome, and are you on LinkedIn?
Yeah, I think, but I have your email. I will send my email and my link it and
LinkedIn. If you can send me LinkedIn as well, that'd be great.
I will send. Michael, thank you for this exchange. This is something
you too as well, Rui.
I'm interested in this linear for moral and the philosophical ideas that makes our West mentality, and John Locke is something that I'm interested to go deep. In this case, I will finish just to say thanks to the panel here.
Yes,
and I will finish.
Some are still on, I think, as well. Exactly. So I have to welcome discussion. And Rui, it was great being on panel with you yesterday, and the others folks as well. It was great. I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. Great. Thank you. See you.
See you.
Bye now. If anyone else would like to have a side conversation, by the way, welcome to that. Just
yeah, exactly. Now the weather is here in the south is a little strange. I think is now. Yesterday was raining all the day. Today is a little sun, and tomorrow I have interesting discussing with the council here because. My legislature term is until June from until in the end for May for this month, and the council will discuss again if they make a new contract with me. Means that in this time I have to make some political lobby with the parties here, and tomorrow will be from 1 o'clock until 7 o'clock workshops and contact, and we'll see what will happen. Michael.
Wonderful chatting with you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Take care.
Okay.